All right, cool. So I got this gameplay from Gamers Prey, and this is going to be, just kind of a little visual aid as we go through the chapter, so that way you guys can kind of like say, "Oh yeah, that's a moment that I really liked," or whatever, and maybe you didn't, missed it, or whatever in your notes or whatever. But we have notes, and this is going to be a fun time, everybody. So strap in, let's have some fun. Everybody in chat, please again chime in. We want to hear from you as well. We got eyes on the chat, not just me. So anybody on the panel, if you guys see something from chat, please bring it to the table. Let's get everybody involved here. I did send out a survey, and I'm going to try and remember. If I don't remember, please remind me to bring up that survey that I brought up, or I posted earlier this week. I had a couple responses here, but I'm hoping that with this video, this premiere episode, more people will get involved and kind of want to, make their opinions heard. You are going to be helping us rank this series as well, or the chapters. We are ranking and reviewing every chapter of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and we're going to start with Chapter 1, of course, The Fall of a Hero. So this is it. This is the opening of Rebirth. It had a massive task ahead of it. So it needs to set the stage. It needs to deliver on one of the most iconic and memorable moments of the original Final Fantasy VII. It needs to deliver on that in this new modern way. So we're going to talk about that. Did it deliver? We'll find out, at least according to this panel. We would also want to hear from you as well. So, with that being said, I'd like to, we kind of did a little bit of introductions already, but let's go around one more time as we have officially started the show. Let's go over to Lee. Why don't you introduce yourself? What's your, how excited are you about Rebirth? Give me your overall thoughts on Rebirth. You're a fan. How did you get into Final Fantasy VII? Very, very briefly.
Of course. So, to just start off, my name's Liam Lee. I actually met Daniel and Final Fan TV through a fan animation project I did for a channel called Chase Summers. I'm plugging him, so please go check out Chase Summers. Actually, Dan also did a great stream with me and a couple other people on that project. He did a couple of fan animations, and that's how I got introduced to Dan. And real briefly, I always say whenever I've guested on this channel that I'm probably one of the newer Final fans, so to speak, that you ever really have around here. I first got into Final Fantasy maybe like 3 years ago at this point, and have slowly but surely chipped my way across the entire series. But I started with OG7, and then did all the 7 extended content, fell in love with the universe of 7. And so now where that leads me to today on this panel really is that, getting into Rebirth was a really exciting time, because as far as 7 content was concerned, it was the newest thing to come out when I was a fan of Final Fantasy. Again, as far as 7 content's concerned. And I did have some mixed opinions on Remake, but I was very excited to go into Rebirth, and honestly, my expectations were exceeded. I fell in love with the game. I said to Dan before, it's very clearly my game of the year for last year, and on top of that, it's probably it's definitely a top 3 video game for me, just like ever. I love Rebirth, so I am so happy to be here and gush about why I love it, and even talk about some of the things that I do have criticisms about. Mm-hmm. But in a way that comes from, a place of admiration and love for the game, the series, and all that went into it.
Absolutely. Love that.
That's me.
Yeah, man, love that. I love that we have somebody who is kind of a new fan. So that's another perspective to add to this panel. So thank you for being here, Liam. We're going to go over to Dr. Robert Malt.
Hello. So I began the series with FF1 on the NES. I played that to death. I and went on that I didn't play anything until 7 because systems on which to play were a bit of an issue. 7 sold it for me, that it's near and dear to my heart. Like everyone else, I have my own story for like why 7 is very impactful to me, not as a game, but as genuine art in so many ways. And I love to espouse exactly what are the elements that in my mind elevate this to art. It's not just a game. That when you can have so much genuine feeling for these characters and you are so fascinated and ensorcelled about what does the world look like from each of their different perspectives and how are they seeing things, that's when you know you have something which isn't just a game, it's art that inspires. And that's why we're all here tonight, I'd argue, because this inspires us to talk and analyze it all the more. I love the original, obviously. It has huge impact on me. I loved Remake. I had a brief period of, gosh, this really wasn't what I wanted for the ending, but, I still loved the game, and then the more I played it, I realized it had a lot of genius to it, in my opinion. So I'm a huge, huge defender of Remake at this point in life. Rebirth, I think, did many, many things really, really well that I like. To be honest, it's gone in some directions that I'm not as much of a fan of, but I think the way to look at that is that, you know what? The art represents different ways for different people, and it teaches us something about how each of us like stories to be told differently and what truly represents the art that draws us in. And we can appreciate that there's different ways to go and different ways to experience it and what it really means to us as individuals for why we keep coming back to it.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing that. And we got to go over to the Excalibro. Excalibro, what's up, man?
Hey, what's happening? Happy to be here.
Yeah, we know Excalibro, man. We've seen you on this show. So many times. So many times that you got your own moniker now. You're the Excalibro.
Hey, what can I say? But yeah, so I mean, FF7, let's just start there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, same as everybody else. Loved it, played it when I was younger. And from that moment that I saw that reveal in 2015 for Remake, oh my goodness, man. Me gone gaga.
Me going gaga for it, bro.
Yes, sir. I mean, I was ready, and it was such a long wait to 2020 to get Remake. And after that ending, that controversial ending, right? I spent 4 years on Reddit reading every theory, throwing some of my own in there, So when Rebirth came out at the beginning of last year, man, I was just beyond excited to get my hands on that. So yeah, I'm pretty stoked to talk about this tonight too. So without further ado, I'll kick it off to the Warrior Hype.
Hey, man, I'm excited to have you guys on this panel because I think I have assembled a great panel of Final fans, people who are going to add a lot to this little series that we got going on here. So thank you guys so much for being part of it. Now, let's get into Chapter 1 of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And I'm going to bring this up here because we're going to kick it off with, obviously, if you go into the chapter select, it does start with the prologue, right? And I might have to switch over. Yep, I'm going to have advertisements, so we're going to get through this. But it's going to start off with the prologue, right? So we're going to play as Zack. We're going to get the recap of what happens in Remake, and I don't think we need to analyze that or talk about that too much. I mean, it was pretty epic. You got generalized thoughts on that as, like, Cloud burst out of the freaking glass. Really, really high octane, awesome, intro, I think. I think they nailed that. It's a recap of the final events of Midgar, and then we get into the news broadcast. So do you guys have any thoughts on the news broadcast?
So I would offer... Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Robert.
So I think a tricky thing for this series is that the degree to which we want to speculate on what are we seeing. Because I feel like there's a lot of scenes where I mean, I know we said that we're going to conduct this as everyone's played the game. It's not possible to spoil everything.
No, we're all spoilers on the table right now. I just want to let everybody know we can do future spoilers of this series. Like we can go all the way to the next chapter 14 if we want to, but we're going to try and keep it contained to chapter 1.
Right, and so I concede we can say what literally occurs in the prologue here, that at face value, interpreting what it means kind of starts to get into a little murkier ground, because it kind of relies on, well, what do you think your grand hypothesis is for, are there 2 worlds? Are there N worlds? Is it the future? Is it the past? Is it the live stream? Is it a multiverse? Big questions that maybe we should hold back on for a little bit. That would be my instinct, but I defer to Liam and Wiley here. What do you want to read into this?
I just want to point out right away. I'm always, and this isn't just like specifically with this news broadcast in this game. Like this is just in general. Anytime there's these world-shattering big events that are going on that we know the context to as players and those who are absorbing the media directly, it's always like, oh, well, we know the context. Even if it's like, yeah, we're dipping into like theorizing territory, whatnot. But still, we have general context. I just love that we're seeing a lot of this information displayed from a civilian and reporter perspective. And there's something I think that there's a real value, I think, to that, because in a weird way, like, I think it's grounding for us, because we're just as confused as them, but in a separate way. Like, we know the context of, like, yes, we were fighting the Whispers, we were fighting Sephiroth, all that stuff, but we're also still confused. Like, I know I was, at least. I kind of went, I was like, I don't know what the hell just happened at the end of Remake, and now I don't know what's going on now, but what I do know is that I'm not the only one confused. Our characters are confused. The world is confused. Shinra's confused. I mean, hell, they blamed Avalanche for a bio-tornado or whatever they said. Like, I was like,
Weather warfare.
Yeah, that's what it was.
2. I'm like, wow, we're not even trying to be cogent here. They have weather warfare, so they can summon tornadoes.
Yeah, and
wow, I mean, if they can do that, I mean,
hey, you can do that in the original game, can't you? Or something like that. I mean, like you got the materia to do it. I didn't think it was that crazy.
No wind materia in the original.
Is there not? Yeah.
Remember, because the only thing you could have was Chocobo Moogle to have wind elemental.
But like summoning magic, I don't feel like is too crazy to think of when they say weather warfare. Like if you're talking about weather warfare, I can see them summoning magic attacks and stuff like that. But it's interesting that like Liam was saying, where we're seeing this. We're seeing what happens. We're seeing this. Like this is what the civilians are seeing, while we in Remake we're just we're just look at that. Oh, freaking so
we're
cool.
Inside of that.
That might
inside of that. At least to my knowledge, I don't even know if we were inside. Like that's the thing, is that, and we could turn this into a theory podcast, but we're not. We're gonna keep it to one, like chapter 1. But like, it's just fascinating. Like that was my biggest takeaway is that even with what we know and what we have to theorize about, this was a devastating event. And when you compare it to the other devastating events that happened prior to this, I mean, they are significantly smaller and less confusing scale. It's like, what happened before this? Sector 7 fell. What happened before that? A reactor blew up. You know what I mean? Like, this is... Now we're seeing the perspective of everyday people seeing something that's so unfathomable. Like, it's crazy.
So I think... So I always want to try to perhaps hedge what I say. There's 2 ways you can interpret things. One, I'm going to put my physicist hat on and have the minimalist interpretation of the data, so I'm not imposing as a model. There's that level of explanation. And then there's, okay, but artistically, what do we think is going on? Which obviously is a lot freer. In a literalist sense, we are seeing in some world a level of devastation which exceeds what we saw in Remake. What we directly saw in Midgar in Remake, we saw a Cloud and crew doing a bunch of damage on the highway. We didn't see trains going places. We didn't see tornadoes caused by them. what we saw in Remake
Mm-hmm.
caused by the team was not this. Now, wherever this is, which we all know that's a loaded question. Wherever this is, this devastation implies either A, that in this local world, Cloud and crew are able to do a lot more. Not a terribly compelling argument. Or, I feel like what they're artistically trying to imply to us is some sort of notion that there's an invariant that, no matter what world you're in, the devastation of the singularity cause this stuff to multiple worlds. I feel like that's what they're implying. That's not said, and I don't want to, go overboard. I never want to pretend that my model is a fact. I feel like a lot of fans, are too quick to do that, but literally we're just seeing somewhere there's way more devastation than was caused by the party in Remake in some other world. So that ultimately has to be accounted for in some way of why is this devastation so much bigger than just what Cloud and crew did.
Well, we have, I believe in Chapter 2, which we'll get to next week. I believe in Chapter 2, we do hear a similar news report going on. I want to make sure that when we get to Chapter 2, we're going to listen closely to that broadcast that's going on in the comment. But yeah, this is happening in Zach's timeline world. We see this stamp here. And I thought it was very funny that it's sitting right next to a Benora White Apple. I thought, whoa. So I pointed that out in my notes. But yeah, so this is what Zach is arriving to, which kind of shows that there was, when all of the whispers were surrounding Midgar at the end of Remake, where Zach is looking off to it, it's showing that there was some sort of crazy disasters happening there. And yeah, this is it's Zach's world here. This is he's arriving, and one of the things that I do want to point out. Does anybody else want to talk about this before I move on? Because I want to point out this next thing about the music.
I guess one thing I'd want to say, I feel like this is a first example of what I'm going to call an invariant. Forgive me, this is language that's really useful in my field.
Yeah, look at that though. That's the Shinra headquarters. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that didn't happen in
right.
Our time.
That's what I was getting at kind of before. It's crazy to think. Okay, when you said before, we got to listen to what they say in Chapter 2. Now more than ever, I realize you are absolutely right, because the devastation, and this will be really interesting in part 3, not to jump too far ahead, but we are going to return to Midgar. And it'll be very interesting, especially if they're still doing this Zack split going, this having the Zack segments and the Cloud segments and whatnot. If we're going to compare the damage, see what's going on, because we do somewhat see the damage, from Zach's perspective, but what you just showed there is beyond devastating. Yeah. I don't even know how Shinra would be able to recoup from that. And what's funny is that the way that they're talking about this and having their news anchors, and we'll even see a little bit later, they're even a little doubtful, and they're like, ooh, what's that? And they're showing red and whatnot. It's Shinra's got to play damage control for something that even is beyond their scope. Playing damage control for the Sector 7 drop was super easy, because they had the biggest hand in it. Yeah. Playing damage control for something that's so beyond anybody's understanding of the situation, including our own. And it's weird to think how does that affect anything that we're gonna, we could go into theory crafting all day. I really don't know that that's the direction we need to go right now. Sure. So we all agreed not to.
So you guys covered pretty much everything I would have said. There's one thing I want to point out, and this is a head scratcher right here, right? Okay. So Zach is walking in with Cloud, and when he gets in there, the reporter says that somebody that was involved in this has a Buster Sword, which means in this universe somehow there's two Clouds, because there was a Cloud there, but Cloud's walking in. That's that for me is the biggest question mark. What is this?
Yeah.
Well, I think it also relates to what we saw in the end of Intergrade is hard to line up with this. So I feel like that pushes you toward maybe what we saw in Intergrade is not directly related to this. I'm just in this series in general, I'm going to say world. Because I don't want to get into semantics about what are we looking at. Just please understand, just that's my simple word of choice for this. The world in Intergrade saw Zack come in. This, we have a Zack coming in. There's something not adding up. And I don't even know how rationally we can discuss this, in that, for example, the scene much later on where you have Biggs and Zack discussing their mutual friend, and in the conversation they themselves say, "Oh wait, doesn't make sense that you know him because this just happened." Like, so even in any one given world, I don't think we have much of an ability to reconcile it with like, "Oh, how is Zack here now?" Because like it doesn't. For Zack and Biggs in the same world, it doesn't even make sense.
That's a good point, because I mean, just going in at like face value, like what you were saying, Wiley, yeah, it does seem like that's what's implied. I even wrote down in my notes, I was like, fun idea to play with the current events, but have Zack think that he's the soldier with the Buster Sword, because that's what he would think. When he walks in there and sees on the screen that they're like, soldier with a Buster Sword. But we're watching the news cover this event that occurred, and of course, who was at the forefront of it, Cloud and Avalanche. But Zack's walking in, and he's like, "Oh shit, I'm the soldier with the Buster Sword."
I mean, in all fairness, I guess it could be Zack in my mind. We don't know that it's Cloud in this sequence. We don't see Cloud. We don't know that Shinra, in all of its evilness, hasn't chose to say, "Hey, the Ancient's boyfriend there, he's definitely part of this somehow."
Ancient's boyfriend.
I would go.
I mean, nuance is not Shinra's greatest strength.
Yeah,
I'm gonna think, like, my opinion here. I would say that all the events of Remake that led up to that moment happened. So I think that Cloud was, well, never mind that. Yeah, like you said, that really screws things up as far as like timeline. With no, you're right. My bad. You're right.
Well, I mean,
because if Zack is walking in, that means that happened several days before they were escaping Midgar. Which is
in OG, it's something like between 1 and 2 weeks is the amount of time it took Cloud to just walk.
Yeah, to get it, and then like to join Avalanche, to do the mission, to bomb the reactor. And they talk about how the reactor was bombed, the plate did fall, so these events did happen. It probably has something to do with the Whispers, time shenanigans, and all that other stuff, where all that stuff did happen, and that's how Biggs knows about Cloud. All of the events were happening, and then when the boundaries of fate were broken, that's things just went wacky. I think when the Whispers were swirling, and then Zack arrives. So the thing I picked up on right away with this is the music in this part, and I actually really, really liked it. This is one of my favorite, favorite ways to start this, because it shows us that this game, this story that you're about to get, something's off. Something is really, really off. And so the music is the key to this. So as you have this very, very hopeful and something that should be celebrated, Zack is alive, right? So this should be celebrated to see Zack. Someone had to... You get that music, it's kind of like... And then it kind of goes down and builds up. We're excited. It's Zack. He's alive. He's carrying Cloud. But listen. Nah, something's not right. What is that, the violin? Is that a violin or a cello? Huh? Is that a cello? Something is off.
The music isn't playing for me.
Yeah,
but
we're not getting the music.
You're not getting that? I'm so sorry. I thought I shared that with the Discord, but it should be playing for everybody watching. So it was going. It has this nice build up to seeing Zack alive, everybody should be happy because Zack lives, right? But then when the title hits, the title card, and this was for me, I was like, dude, this is how you respond to one of the most emotionally charged title card sequences from Remake, where I literally teared up. Like with Remake, I shed tears when I saw that, like the Midgar pan out, the classic thing, the meteor strikes the logo,
Yeah,
like you're freaking
absolutely.
Yes. And then for
it still
this
gets
one,
me, man, it still gets me.
Yeah, and then for this one though, you're expecting the boom. Here's the title card, but then it goes boom, 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 and it's like it's got this violin, and you're like, something is eerie, something is off here. And I think that was so good to kind of set this up, because I mean, obviously with the news broadcast showing us, this is a very crazy world that we're in, but then we see Zack, he's our hero, he's literally the symbol of hope, and then something's not right. And I think it's really good to pay attention to that, because I think it's showing us that this world, maybe we should be suspicious. We should be curious about it. Something's not right.
I just want to say eerie is a great word. And I honestly, that's one of the key words that comes to mind, not just for like Rebirth or like the OST specifically, but just like this segment of the story is a very unsettling, like going from chapter 1 to like 4, like post Midgar to, pretty much up to like the Forgotten City, like that is a very eerie, unsettling part. The black robes, everything seemingly everything is not as it seems, is what I'm trying to say. Going to Nibelheim and it's not what it seems, and it's funny because I remember starting this and I was so excited for that, and going into this and seeing like you're right about the music, that like crescendo build up with it really sets the tone for the story that we're going into, and especially the first chapter, because, for the returning players from like the original, we know what we're kind of walking into with chapter 1, and we're all going to be paying attention to the details because we all know that it's not as it seems. And it's exciting to see like, how things are going to add up, how it's not going to add up. And like I just love the use of words that you chose. Like I love, when you said eerie, I'm like, yeah, that is precisely the feeling going into this. Even though I couldn't hear it, I wish I could hear it again.
I know.
I wish I could hear it again.
Yeah, it's got to be something. There's something. I don't know what's going on there.
We'll figure it out by next week.
Yeah, this is our trial run. Yeah, this is our trial run. So yeah, that was now we're in Sector 5. We're in Sector 5. We're looking at the broadcast here. We saw the party on stretchers. Interesting that we did not see Cloud. They're saying that Buster Sword, soldier with the Buster Sword, like Liam mentioned earlier, and there's Kyrie. And we're gonna just, hey, take this guy, just random stranger, like just just say it's fine. Mako poisoning, he'll be fine. I'm gonna take off now.
He noticed that she looked like an anime character. So
okay, I trust you completely.
He saw the fit and was like, "You're not a person. You mean something."
I trust you completely. You don't look like an NPC.
He's like, you look a little more useful than the average person. So here,
you look less NPC and more, secondary character.
So here we go. And this is something I really want to hear your opinion about when it comes to the review side of this podcast. What did you guys think of, hey, your first moment here is playing as Zack? Your first playable moment is Zack. What did you guys think of that? Excalibur, what was your thoughts on that?
All right. So from a storytelling perspective, right, from the perspective of a writer, I think what they do here is they create a whole bunch of mystery. They get the player, the audience, on the hook for this huge series of questions. And then, as we know, they're just going to leave that hang for a long time. I think it's a great technique because it ropes you in, especially since people that have played Final Fantasy VII, we know what comes next. we know that the flashback at Calm is what's coming. We're anticipating that. They didn't show anything about this in any trailer. So when you turn the game on and you get this, you're just hit out of left field with this crazy spectacle. All these questions that you had from the end of Remake, you think, I'm going to get some answers. You get more questions. So I think it does a really good job of roping the audience in for the long haul, because it creates this hope that you're gonna get answers. Like, maybe not right now, but you're gonna get answers. At the very least, you're gonna get information. And for me, like, as weird as it was, like I said, it caught me way off guard. I loved it. Like, nice. I was ready. I'm like, all right, well, I guess we're gonna have more pieces like this throughout. Like, it just set the tone for the whole thing for me. So.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Playing as and then like this also lets the player be in charge of this character. Like, if you didn't play, supposedly this game's supposed to stand on its own. Like, the trilogy is supposed to stand on its own. So if you didn't play Crisis Core, if you didn't play any of the compilation, it lets the player kind of feel like, okay, this guy's a hero. He's picking up freaking.
in my notes, Zach throws a bunch of expletive rebar into a helicopter. That is actually probably one of my favorite moments of the entire game. It's like 2 seconds.
I'm just saying, okay, if the party was alive on that helicopter, I'm sorry for your luck, Barrett.
Dude, no regard. What if
no regard
on that one?
What a hero this guy is.
Hey, Zach is a himbo, okay? Zach is not here for deep thought. He's very shoot first and ask questions later. You can't expect him to think that far ahead.
What a hero this guy is. He just killed Barrett if he was alive.
I was about to say, guys, we don't have to worry. There's no other cloud. Zach just took him out.
Wrap that one up.
Done. Would you say that I became a hero? Oh no! You killed somebody.
Does the words collateral damage mean anything to you, Zach?
All he cared about was getting Aerith, man. Okay, there's Aerith. And then, like, Red 13 just, he sacrificed himself. He's like, hey, you know what? Thanks, man. I appreciate you. I'm just gonna leave you dying on this helicopter as I guess.
They missed an important Zach line. I mean, given everything we know about Zach, and like later in all of his normal lines, he should have said something like, "Thanks, dog," because that's like the kind of double entendre that you would expect him to say to
Thanks, dog.
A dog type creature. And I wish Nanaki had stayed alive in the scene just long enough for him to like turn his head and growl like, you call me a dog. Like, no, I call everyone that dog, like, anyway.
I would have loved if he said thanks, dog, but I do think, obviously this is the first time he's seen Aerith in a while, so maybe he's got a little bit of a serious motive.
No.
He put all of his goofiness into that rebar throw.
Oh man.
He's got ridiculous for days. I have infinite faith in Zach's ability to like not be serious.
Thanks, Doug. So this is so messed up. This is so messed up, all of it, y'all.
Yeah. So I want to comment on this part coming up here too.
Absolutely, I'm sure we have similar notes. I'm going to let you take this one, Excalibur. Go for it.
So when he cradles Aerith here, right? So this is getting ready to happen right here.
Mm-hmm.
The materia falls and bounces in slow motion. This is a callback to the OG. This is so ominous, just foreshadowing what we know is going to be the culmination of this game. That right there is pointing you all the way to the end, right there.
And
I would respectfully disagree that I feel like it would be a fair thing to say that the point was just to draw the viewer's eye to it's white. Because that ends up being a huge point. I think what you're saying is a completely valid interpretation of where we're going, but I feel like somebody walking into this game already knows this is not the world, right? Like, this is clearly world B, so to speak, because, Zach is now doing all this stuff. To me, I feel like the greater point was just saying something that I think people did not probably pay attention to in the beginning. Like, oh yeah, Aerith has the white materia. No kidding. I knew that. It's only on a second playthrough that I feel like you'd be like, or not a second play. Well, you eventually come to realize the issue of, is it white or is it clear becomes a paramount issue in time.
Well,
So-
yeah, later in the game, they make more emphasis on the clear versus white thing.
Yeah.
So at this point, it's kind of funny. Like, and I'll let you say what you're going to say, Dan, of course.
Yeah.
But I think that kind of both of you are valid for your interpretation, honestly, because I don't think one even excludes the other's point of
Yeah,
view. Like, I feel like they kind of
absolutely.
work
Absolutely.
hand in hand. It's like, yes,
Oh,
it is
double duty.
focusing on like the fact that it's not hollowed out. It is white. On the other hand, yes, it is definitely a full circle moment because going into this with knowledge, you're looking at that and saying, okay, this is what we're building up to. And even if you went in like totally blind to the story, you will remember that by the end. I think that it's prominent enough to the point where when you see it fall at the end, it's kind of a wow, like, here we are again. It is where our journey started, it's ending. And, I think that both your points are honestly pretty valid, but for different reasons. So,
Yeah.
I guess I would say it's not a given that we know that Aerith is going to die. I mean, walking into this, I personally didn't think she was going to die. Personally. My personal grand hypothesis post-remake was such that, to me, the way I read the tea leaves of remake and integrate, I thought, I think they're pointing in a different direction. So I think it's not a given. I mean, clearly the original game would tell you that which we know. But I guess I didn't take this as, this will come full circle. I took this as, they're still screwing with me and trying to make me.
Yeah, this is where I wish we had access to the Ultimanium. Like, the fact that we don't really sucks. So got to rely on people translating it and letting us know. But I would wonder if there was some developer commentary on this moment in the Ultimania. So chat, if you have that, if you find it or whatever while we're talking, bring it up. Let us know. Because I have a lot of developer commentary as we go forward. From huge, gigantic shout out to obviously at Shinra Arc. They're amazing, letting us know about that. So I'm sure they've even posted about this moment. But I have to strongly agree with Excalibur, but I do, like, I think Liam makes an amazing point of, like, hey, this game is supposed to be, once again, a reminder that this is supposed to be a standalone experience. The remake trilogy, you should be able to play this without having any knowledge of the previous games. And I think, yeah, this works perfectly. This works perfectly to satisfy both objectives. But one thing for me personally, and I'm sure so many other fans of the original game, we go into this game and all we want to know is she going to live or die? And I honestly, this thought consumed my mind when I played this game. All I wanted to know was, what are they going to do? And that was from the very, very beginning of turning the game on. All I wanted to know was that. And it got to the point where I'll admit it right now, I beelined it after, like, doing Junon. I was getting all the 100%, and I was like, no, I focus, because it's ruining my experience. I'm not enjoying just running around. So I beelined it just to get to the end of the game to see how it ended. Then I went back and I 100% completed the entire game. And honestly, I'm super happy I did, because it allowed me to live in that world freely, mentally.
That was probably the smarter way to do it. I didn't do it that way. But, no, but I want to point out that actually it's kind of funny that you were talking about this fixation on wanting to know that. You must have hated the Zack segments because they toy with the idea so much. Because, we see that he's just saved her. It's implied that, Red's dead. There's no redemption. Red dead. No. I really had.
Liam,
we're talking about dad jokes
you
earlier.
are good, sir. You are good.
No, but so it's implied that he's dead. It's implied. I mean, we might not know. They could be alive and Shinra's just hauling him off. But my interpretation,
Not buried anymore. Zack killed him.
Yeah, right.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, he took
just collateral damage.
rebar. But no, going back to what I was trying to say, like, when we see Cloud and Aerith being taken care of by Zack, it's funny because, like, if I'm gonna be honest, like, at those points of the game, like, I was equally fascinated, but I was also equally like, I want to get back to what's going on. Like with how I want to know what's going on. But then it kind of dawned on me. I'm like, it's toying with us in a very provocative way. It's like, you know, because we're looking at this and it's like, all right, so remakes planted the seeds for expect the unexpected, especially the end of remake where it's basically, you know, fate is on like the table at this point. Like it could be grabbed by anybody. And I think it's really interesting that when we're watching these Zack moments of him taking care of Aerith and we don't even know if she's gonna like recover or not, we just, you know, he's just taking care of her. It's kind of like leaving that on the table for all of the people in the know, because we're going into this whole game and by the end of it we're just like, well, is she or isn't she? we're pining for information like Daniel right after Junon. Like we
just need to know. And so like from the very press start, let's get the game going. That's what I want to know. And the developers knew this. And I think this is why we start with this. Watch, I'm going to show you this. Here's the original Final Fantasy VII, of course. We see that. We're zooming in on the white materia. It does the beautiful bounce. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Right, and then
doing the music.
Oh, you're welcome. And then we go over here.
Well, I don't know if there's any risk of if you play the real music.
Oh yeah, that's right. That one. That's why I'm talking. That's why I'm going boom, boom, boom. But here it comes, so messed up. And here, same thing, same. Here it comes.
Sure. Yeah.
And is this supposed to mirror Cloud cradling her at the end? Spoiler.
Yep.
Well,
So
no, there are no spoilers. We have a.
Everybody who's ever watched this has played entirely everything. We assume.
we're spoiling. Yeah, we're spoiling everything. This is all right. So this is almost shot for shot. This is framing it exactly like, hey, we know this is what you want to know. This is what this game is going to be climaxing at. This is the freaking pinnacle of what this game is. And we want to tease you right off the back. Maybe if we show you this right now, maybe you'll think, oh, you can't do it. You can't kill her twice. You know, what are you gonna do? Like you can't do that twice. So it's kind of like maybe if we do this, blah blah blah. But it is absolutely. It feels like so much foreshadowing here to like, or at least a tease of. Not. I don't know if
tease,
it's.
I'm with you because like I feel like there's such a zeal from the people making this game that you know what I want to do. I want to mess with them.
Mess with it. Like this is what this world is all about. It's literally to mess with us. So yeah,
right. So that's why, like, when I saw some, like, is this foreshadowing? Nope, I've given up on trying. Like, they want to mess with me so much. Nope, getting off the crazy train.
Bring it. Just bring it.
He's even like hugging her, like Cloud hugged her. Like it's so crazy there.
Which is a really cool parallel going into this flashback segment because he's paralleling. Cloud, and we're now dealing with Cloud paralleling Zack an hour and a half. So I think it's a really poignant, like place to end that. Him mirroring arguably the most, well, not even arguably. Let's just face it, the most iconic moment. He's mirroring him. And as we know, what's Cloud really good at? It's mirroring Zack. So,
and this is it, right? We're kicking it off with the flashback. I think this was a fantastic way to do it. Honestly, it was pretty. I gotta pat myself on the back a little bit. It was pretty spot on with how I predicted it should start. Where it's just like, hey, don't show us them at the end. Just start with a little narration from Cloud. Let's get the story. This opening sequence, I love the one continuous shot. I thought that was so cool. Immediately when I started this off, and of course we're gonna point that out. Everybody knows it, but we're gonna point it out because we have to, right? We saw the yellow hair. We saw the blonde hair. Yeah, we saw the blonde hair. So again, this is obviously spoilers, but I mean, yeah, that's Cloud, right? So this is Cloud, the actual Cloud here, and the fact that they gave him the blonde hair, really cool detail there. And he's motion sickness, which was kind of a Cloud thing. So go here.
So before we continue in the video, what I wanted to allude to for the pause, to me, the greatest, I think the two greatest things that Chapter 1 does that are improvements on the original. And when I say improvement, I mean it's basically the same as the original, just enhanced, as opposed to, oh, this is new and different and great. But to me, the two greatest things that they do, one is, I'm going to say Cloud the puppy, which is going to be my way of saying
Zach.
Well, yeah, like, I
Such
mean,
a
I remember when I
puppy.
was writing notes, I found it kind of convoluted. So the nomenclature I went with is Cloud the puppy means Cloud's memory of what occurred, which is actually Zach. And then Cloud the trooper, meaning the
This
real
guy.
Cloud. Anyway,
Yeah.
the two things they do best. One is, I mean, everything about Cloud the puppy is A+. It's, I mean, and I say that of the writing, I say that of the voice acting, I say that
Cody
of
Christensen
the facial
killed Cody
animation.
Christian, not Christensen. Cody Christian killed
Right.
him.
Yes.
With this, like his range, I was impressed. I mean, and this is just even on my first playthrough, it was immediately the thing that like captivated me the most, because we've really just seen Cloud putting up the front for most of remake. He's kind of chipped away at his, we've seen like the layers chipped away here, but this is just like a total 180 of what we've seen him act like at any point. And he kills this. I was so impressed by his performance here. And I'm just going to say that, I'll probably say it throughout the entire like series of these episodes. The voice acting in this game just killer from like the entire cast. They all knocked it out of the park. They all deserved a nomination at the Game Awards, not just Brianna White. Like they absolutely killer. But anyway, continue your point.
That's right. So and ironically, to me, that's the second best thing that they added. The best thing literally starts in one of the very first lines, that the writing for Tifa and the voice acting for Tifa are extraordinary, and even better in my opinion, because everything about the Nibelheim flashback as a conversation, Tifa is uncomfortable. And in the original, they did the best they could with the technology. And you could like always see like Tifa randomly like looking her head to the side, or like doing like the leg scratch, like little gestures that were like showed she wasn't totally on board. But you couldn't really feel that. This is something you had to really contextualize to make clear. It seems like every bloody line that she has here, you can hear that the voice that Britt Baron is doing an A+ job. So, for example, the opening line is, Barrett says something like, "Hey, you want to watch this?" Or "Hey, explain this." And Cloud says, "Sure, if Tifa doesn't mind." And just the way she says, like it's nuanced, but if you're looking for it, it's littered through all of this. Or like at a later point, he's someone's like, "Oh, should I continue?" And she's like, "Yeah. Go on." Like you can hear in Britt Baron that she's like, I am not okay with this. This is not right. But fundamentally, who Tifa's character is that she loves Cloud, and she doesn't want to break him, and she knows he's unwell. I think that in the original, it was handled fine. I think some people call it like a plot problem that Tifa doesn't say anything. I disagree personally.
Yeah, I disagree with that too.
This is even better. They're making it clear in little good subtle ways that she doesn't want to pick a fight. That's not who Tifa is, quite frankly.
Right.
But the dialogue and the voice acting just make it clear that she's not okay with this, and she's going along with it. And at various points, you can feel that in the subtle ways. And I think that is truly stupendous writing and voice acting, because don't get me wrong, the Cloud the puppy thing is great, but it's even harder to have that kind of like nuance of like she's going along with it, but she's not okay. It takes a lot to really do that writing wise and voice acting wise.
I almost want to say, like, because I wrote even in my notes here, it's like Tifa's questioning Cloud, and it's probably for answers. Like, I feel like she's probing him in a way. Like you said, it's like, and she's probing because, as we know, it's like she knows how events transpired, but how does he know how events transpired?
Yeah, he wasn't there. And I love, and we're getting a little ahead. I'm getting a little ahead of myself here, but and we get that at the end, right? Where we're gonna get to that in a second, but like at the very end of this chapter, when she's laying in bed and she's like, "Hey, Aerith, you awake?" And like, as far as I know, he wasn't even there. So like the fact that happens, we're gonna get to that in a second. But I freaking love this, and I have it even in my notes as well, where I was like, I love that Britt Baron does a fantastic job of voicing Tifa cautiously and curiously. Encouraging,
curious.
Yeah, encouraging Cloud to to tell this story. I think like you said, man, voice acting was top notch. So as we keep going here, we're going to get to a little bit of a change up here from the original game. So we do get the stop, like, hey, we got fiends on our 12, let's go. And in the original game, this was a dragon, right? So this was a dragon fight.
Yes.
And they changed it up and had two, oh gosh, I forgot the names of these things. Anyways.
Jake and Joe.
Gorgon. What'd you say? Did you say a Gorgon?
Yeah, some kind of Gorgon.
Did you say a holy chocobo, Leo?
No, I just called them Jake and Joe.
Jake and Joe. There it is right there, y'all. There it is right there. So this was a discussion that happened in our Discord where it was like, hey, Sephiroth should be one-shotting these people, one slice and one hit. That's how this should be. And this is what I love to see right off the beginning. Sephiroth, boom! I'll take this one, you take the other. He just slices this thing down in one cut. And I love that this sets the power level right away. This was a great usage in the cutscene. So this is where we're going to have. I think there's a discussion to be had about gameplay and the separation of gameplay and story, right? Or cutscenes and stuff, because Cloud gets knocked over. He's on his belly. Oh my god! This thing just wrecked me. Sephiroth, you get to play as Sephiroth now. Another little thing to point out: you've played as Zack, and then you've played as Sephiroth. You haven't even played as Cloud yet. But this is the problem for me. Yeah. That was a problem for me. That Sephiroth took hits. And I was like, whoa, Sephiroth doesn't make mistakes. So this was a problem, even though it's me. I'm the one making the mistake.
Well, you're just not as good as Sephiroth.
I'm just, yeah. That's the problem, right? So like the problem, I strongly feel two things about this situation. And honestly, what we got is great. And I'm not like, I wouldn't knock this off very much, if any at all, of my score. Where I am a little bit like, I broke the immersion right away. Where this is Sephiroth who just one cut down the other one, and now you're going to let me play as him, which is awesome. I'm glad I'm getting to play as Sephiroth. This is really cool. But then this Disgorgon hit me twice? It just knocked me down? Wait a second. Something's off. And then my cuts are only doing chip damage. Like, wait a second. So this was a problem for me. How do you guys feel about, do you think this is a discussion to even, whatever, guys. It's gameplay is one thing, story is another. You get to see that power level. And of course, this is the age-old discussion of, hey, you could have used the Phoenix down. Why is Aerith dead? I even pointed this out in the Discord thing where I think it was remake. No, it was at the end of this game or whatever. One of Sephiroth's attacks is to literally like Advent Children cut him right in the heart, pick him up, and freaking throw him.
Yeah,
and like he does that to Aerith. Freaking does that to Aerith and slings her across the battlefield.
It's a sick reference, but I think sometimes the game almost like what's that stupid like Peter Griffin? I mean, it's like it's beside like it imposes upon itself or whatever. Like this it's one of those moments where like of course like gameplay and a cutscene they're gonna be different. We know that, you know that. I gotta say, like when it comes to this, like I don't know if it's necessarily like worth a full-fledged like dissection, but at the same time, it's one of those things where like the original handled that so remarkably, and of course it's a different style game, but you don't control him. Mm-hmm. You're controlling little, like bitch baby Cloud who can like hardly do anything to the dragon, and then he's just getting wiped, and then Sephiroth not only has to wipe the dragon but also recover you. Like it's
I'm sorry, man. I'm a dad, but when you said wipe the dragon, I was like, oh my god. I'm just sitting here picturing him like changing a diaper right now. Man.
Sephiroth, Cloud, your diaper full, like no, but like the point I'm getting at is that I understand, and I have it in my notes, and I know when we get to the video of watching the scene, there's a point later I'm gonna touch on the same thing where the original did it much better, but it's because of the different way it's presented. Yeah, I understand. Like, on one hand, it's like, oh, it's really cool that we're playing as Sephiroth, but we're doing chip damage, like you said. On the other hand, what would be the point of playing as him if we're just going to one-shot it anyway and then get to play as Cloud in like a second? I mean, besides, that would actually kind of be cool. Honestly, it's like, hey, play as Sephiroth. You get one hit, and it's like, oh, now you're Cloud.
Good to go. Honestly, that would be cool. I think I would like that.
I would kind of like that.
Yeah. I think I would like that.
I don't think this is a bromidic point at all that you bring up, that we all felt a certain aspect of the storytelling in the original that Cloud's a pansy, right? That I mean, like it was just so evident that like and Sephiroth has all level 3 spells of any kind he wants.
Yeah, and that was another thing that was brought up, where it should have been magic that we haven't seen before. It was definitely, I think, who brought that up? I think it was Vincent Graymore in our Discord. It was a discussion between Vincent Graymore and Drakey C, but both making great points about this, and I agree with both. But one of them was, in the original, Sephiroth is using magic to a degree that we've never seen before, and I think in the original game. So I think they should have allowed that to happen. Maybe even if it was Comet or whatever, or even if it wasn't level 3 spells, but like to give us like, holy crap, this guy is literally calling comets from the sky and just freaking I think that would have been really cool if it was something that we ourselves haven't already achieved. But I wanted to bring in a quote from Hamaguchi. This is the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth director, because Dr. Robert Moat brought up a point about in the original game, Cloud is a pansy. Cloud's a level 3, I think it was. I can't remember.
He's level 1 in the flashback.
Yeah. So this one, he says, quote, "We made some deliberate choices in terms of presentation, but we also wanted to reflect it through gameplay too." So hey, going back and kind of supporting this whole, hey, do we separate gameplay from story? But this is kind of proving the point that they wanted to make it reflect in the gameplay. Continuing the quote, "Cloud is deliberately much stronger than fans may remember because it's not just Cloud's strength. Everything was done to make it feel paradoxical. Like this isn't the character you remember, and it was intended to communicate what's happening in Cloud's mental state." End quote. So the fact that Cloud is level 50, I think, in this flashback, right? Isn't he level 50 alongside of Sephiroth level 50? I believe.
40. I think it's 40.
40, okay. So he is strong and he can carry himself, which I think, in a sense, I think that does make sense. I think that does.
I think it makes more sense,
yes.
Honestly. Yeah. Yes. Like, I just, even though I was just singing the praises of the whole, like, dragon getting, like, wiped by Sephiroth, all that, But anyway, no, like the whole like dragon thing before, I did always kind of have a gripe with the fact that they made Cloud level 1 during that. Okay, like on one hand, it's like you could, if you really want to be like super interpretive, you'd be like, well, technically he was just the infantryman at the time, so maybe in his, like in reality, it's like, oh, he is level 1 because he's just kind of nothing. But in his mind, he's a soldier.
Yeah, he's good. He should be able to carry himself.
I still agree he should have got like, maybe like just absolutely obliterated by the dragon, but they shouldn't have made him so weak, because I understand why they did that, probably from like a mechanic perspective of like, it ensures that the dragon just absolutely devastates you in any circumstance. But I always thought that was like strange, and it kind of, well, I love the flashback, like the original, the flashback's actually my favorite point, I think, of the game. It's just, it does sort of make it feel more cinematic. Like there's a lot of like conveying these points through gameplay, but also it definitely feels weird when Cloud's definitely above level 1 already at this point in the story, and I know we're looking back, but he's a soldier, so he should have, if you want to get technical, he starts at level 7, I think, in the story, or whatever. The point is that he should have been higher level than just this nothing like that we see him as. And so I think that was actually a very positive change, because it does feel more immersive, especially since we're supposed to be engrossed and immersed in this guy's false memory.
Yeah, and he wants to make himself sound, at least if you're thinking about it
like,
in a way, like let's go. We're blowing it out of proportion a little bit too much, so we will bring it back in. But like, if we're thinking about Cloud telling a story to his new friends, one of his childhood friends, so he always wanted to impress anyway. So mentally, he wanted to be that soldier. So he's not going to tell the story of like, yeah, I got my ass whooped. He's like, I mean, I held my own. I got my dragon wiped.
I wish that they had the green dragon is what Sephiroth fights, and then we fight these little Gorgon, whatever the hell they are. So like, you could still have like, Sephiroth is way better than me. I handle the regular ones. He handles the giant dragons, and
still let you play as Sephiroth if you wanted to do that. Like, I know in Remake there's that one fight with like I can't remember what it's called, but like that weird buzzfish, and it's a split cutscene fight where you're with one party and then it segues over. It's like, you deal with Sephiroth fighting the dragon, then halfway through it's like, that would have been cool. But anyway, not to hark on this anymore, but I agree with you. I just thought that this was kind of like, it made him look a little lamer than he should. Even though he's doing awesome crap like this, like, he looks sick as hell.
This shot right here, yo. Come on. There's a couple moments that I'm probably going to introduce in this series.
Screenshot
I might introduce a new award that's dedicated solely to me. The Warrior of Hype Get Hype Award. All right. This might be the Warrior of Hype Get Hype Award. One of them. It's a nominee, and I'll point them out as we go. This is a Get Hype moment right here. I freaking love that shot, and it's all due to the camera work, and which is another thing that I have in my notes, and I had it later on because I started to like notice it even more as I went on with the flashback. This is my replay, right? So I'm just kind of like, I'm having fun with it now, right? My mind is clear, so now I can have fun with it. But I'm picking up on this camera work, y'all. I don't know if you guys noticed it, but this feels like a gigantic step up from Remake. Like, I mean, Remake was great with the camera work, but for some reason, I felt like somebody who was in charge of this particular chapter, and I'm really excited to see if this continues on throughout my playthrough, my replay of this, to see if I notice that, oh yeah, man, this camera work is top notch throughout. But it feels like for chapter 1, man, we had awesome continuous one shot in the truck. We had this awesome, like, the positioning of the camera, it all feels so good, man. It feels so freaking good. And then we have that again later on, where I actually took this note, was when we finally see Tifa again for the first time. We have the camera angle looking down at her, and like it pulls in, it pulls out as she's moving away, and like it all feels really, really fluid and like to a top level quality. I think like almost a movie cinematic quality to it. And I just wanted to point that out here because of this awesome scene, but it definitely happens throughout this entire chapter. And I'm going to make another comment on that again when we get to the Shinra mansion and all that other stuff, because God, it's so good. So here we go. We're going to kind of keep moving on a little bit further here. We have a lot of chapter cover. So that was there we go. That's the intro of that. We're finally at the calm present day. We get to see the party for the first time, right? Like, not dead on a stretcher, but we get to see them alive. And look at this again. We're showing Tifa very, very not enjoying this.
Vulnerable.
Yes, exactly. Very vulnerable. Good word for it.
She touches her chest because that's where he cuts her, right?
Mm-hmm. That's right. Which I'm a little. I mean, like, that's where. I don't know exactly where that cut is. All right, I'm not trying to sound weird here.
No, I'm with you. But they're a little
I think it's under.
She shows Cloud.
as well.
Right, that's what they show in the cutscene.
Yeah, it's like under.
Wiley. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she just
But
kind of
then they
lifts it up
act
a little
later
bit.
like it's higher.
A little bit here. She does a little bit there. Cloud did like I don't know. And she wears it. She wears the bikini and everything. There's no cut there. But yeah,
That detail's always been a little murky. Like they've
Yeah,
never really.
I would say it's here.
Felt too concise. But anyway,
But so we're gonna move on here. So Cloud is talking about how they're sending the soldiers to help out at Nibelheim because the reactor is acting up. There's monsters coming down the mountain now and getting close to the village. So Shinra sends their best, Sephiroth and Cloud, and some 2 troopers. So
They sent their best. Sephiroth.
Sephiroth.
Pause there.
But this was really cool because this is a really cool thing because Sephiroth is showing his human side here. This is a compassionate Sephiroth.
Yes.
Well, it's beautiful. This is the exact dialogue from the original.
Yes. This is a very faithfully recreated segment of this game. I honestly, most of this is very faithful to the original game. I even made a video about that, like kind of like when they had the demo out. But yeah, so like Sephiroth, human, they recreate it and they show it very well in Rebirth. And he's even so compassionate that he allows him some time off and say, hey, consider yourself off duty, go visit some family. You know, like this guy, what a nice guy. What a nice
good
guy.
Boss.
He surely won't ever do. Yeah, surely. Good guy, man.
Whatever do you mean?
He should have died the hero. You know what I mean? Because he lived long enough.
Hey, just to a lot of Shinra, to a lot of citizens under Shinra's umbrella, he did die a hero. A lot of people revere him in that way.
That's true. And like, and when you hear it around town, really cool. Everybody reveres Sephiroth. They're celebrating. Oh my god, what a guy! I went to talk to him so bad, but he's at the church. Ah! You know, like I can't talk to him. Okay,
Yep.
do you think okay if I snap a picture of him when he comes out? Probably shouldn't though, huh? Right? What do you think? Everybody's really excited that the soldiers are here, man. Everybody loves Shinra at this moment. So
I mean, they're just excited to host the great war hero, man. I mean, they haven't seen this much action in years. They're handing out sandwiches.
we're out in the square, man.
Bro.
We're handing out sandwiches. This is a moment.
Yeah, man.
We
This is
have
a
Neeble hoagies. Dude, if they're a backwater town, what happens here?
Man.
Right, bro.
Like, what
bro,
happens
if you think the town's on fire now, just wait.
Just damn.
You pause it to the video here if you would.
Okay, we'll do. Here we go.
So at this point here, this is a really, really interesting sequence to me that has made me reevaluate what I know to be true about the original. So as we go through this sequence of Cloud talking to Claudia, we're gonna get that little like grainy screen effect as it goes through there, and it's really interesting to me exactly where they occur when the video goes forward.
I agree with you. I think we have the same notes. Continue.
So in the original, whenever there's like a white screen flash or whatever, I have always interpreted it, and I think it's a completely fair, consistent, valid interpretation, that's an indication of Cloud has some mental trauma here, right? Cloud has, and just hereafter, I'm going to say trauma. You could say maybe you might want to say PTSD. Maybe you would want to say, something more serious. I'm not qualified to discuss the specific form, but whenever there's that white flash in the original, I've always just interpreted it as he's got stuff going on and how his mind deals with coping from that trauma, PTSD, whatever you want to call it. Fine. He's that's our cue as the reader that when Cloud has a headache, he's got, there's something a bit difficult.
There is an answer to this.
Well, and then here, but like in the original, I think that's a totally valid interpretation. But in this, I feel like there's another explanation, which is it's indicative of Genova false memory, potentially.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that I don't know the answer to in two ways. One, in the original, should we have interpreted it as just general mental trauma? Or should we have interpreted it as false Genova memories? And then separately, in Rebirth, same question all over again.
Mm-hmm.
And it made me beg the question, do we actually know if real Cloud saw his mother before the fire? That before I would have said, yeah, sure, there's no reason to believe that Cloud the Trooper didn't go see his mother. There's no reason to doubt that. I mean, you could if you wanted to, but I don't see any necessity. But seeing the grainy shots here, it made me feel like it was more a false Genova thing. And the big issue that brought this to me was the very last thing Cloud's mother says in the original is something like, "I'll always be your mother." And then there's a whole bunch of lines before that. The dialogue here, when he talks with her, it's almost exactly the same as the original.
Yeah.
But he doesn't say, Claudia does not say, your mother. That's cut out this time.
Mm.
And that makes me feel the Genova mother crap.
Wait, Dan, can you go back for 1 second? Like,
Sure.
just when she opens the door to him? Because this is something that I noticed. And I think this might be an interesting point to tack on to your, like, thoughts on this, Robert. I just want to see when he opens the door and how she looks at him.
Yes.
That's what they got you
And-
wearing now? Mm-hmm.
This is very
What is
weird. Like,
What is that? Okay, so wait a minute. Pause for a sec. When I first played this, it was kind of just like I didn't think too hard on that. On replay, I view that sentence as he did see his mother. Like, I'm gonna say I'm in favor of he did see his mother, and I'm interpreting this as if he's remembering the exact conversation.
Mm-hmm.
He would be in his infantry outfit right now,
Yes.
helmet and all. She wouldn't know it was him on initial opening, but it's a mother. She's gonna recognize her son. And
That's
to me,
a
it's like,
great observation. That is a great point, man.
and when all
Yep.
of this is happening, the cutting out here and there, yeah, I could see the point of like the falsified Genova memories.
Mm-hmm.
I'm almost viewing it as it's probing too much into because all right, it's probing too much into details that Cloud is not mentally prepared to disclose. What partially due to Genova's
you think these are
influence.
just real.
So
I think that this is all real, and what I'm thinking here is that because here's the fascinating thing about this segment, both in the original and here, Cloud is in complete control of what information's being presented to us, and he's extremely unreliable. And what's fascinating is that part of the reason why he's unreliable is because he doesn't have confidence in it fully himself. He's confident in what he's telling right now, like he's like the war hero who returned home. Tifa's skeeved out by it, whatever. But I'm interpreting this as everything we are seeing, because you could argue that they're just cutting here and there because you don't need that much exposition of like what he was talking about with his mother. It's just the point really is he spoke with his mom and spent time home. I view this as we're seeing what he is able to process, and everything that's cut out, he's not even able to properly convey and tell us right now because it dips too close into details that we're not allowed to know yet. She's asking, maybe it's like everything that's being cut around could be things about, why didn't you make the soldier program?
Right.
I'm still proud of you. You're an infantryman. All this stuff that she seems like a very loving, supporting mom, and it kills me what happens to her later and how he, as a soldier, as we see, tries to get to her and whatnot. So, Robert, I believe that what we are seeing here is real. I do believe Genova's influence is
100%. No. I got to build off of what you're saying. I got to, because you made such an amazing point there. And Bigglesworth in chat as well, Mr. Bigglesworth. Mr. Bigglesworth says, sorry, I had to do it. He said, is that you? Because he's got his helmet on. And that's a great point, Liam. Like, that is an awesome point. Honestly, I never pointed that out. I didn't get it. I just thought, oh, is that you, Cloud? Come on in. Right? No, that is awesome. Is that you? Because he's got his helmet on, and then she says, oh, so is that what they got you wearing? Right?
Yep.
And so all of that's fine, but watch the moment she says when she doesn't say, my, that's what they got you wearing right now, huh? And then look, so you shoulder
Right.
Oh, yo.
Yeah.
Because
So-
she
but-
probably said
Nice.
infantryman or something. Like she said,
or it was
something
just
that wasn't soldiers.
it was just as Cloud's telling the story,
Sure,
it's
exactly.
Genova rewriting that memory, because that is
Well-
what that means. So like whenever you get that mental interference, I couldn't pull it up somewhere on the internet. But somebody pulled it probably from an Ultimania that's not accessible to us. But it was that whenever you see mental interference, it's Genova rewriting memory. So that mental interference is Genova having a play, and the Genova cells having a play in Cloud. So this is her saying soldier was probably Cloud telling the story to the people, to his party members in Calm, and he goes, "Oh, you soldiers sure clean up nice," because that's what Genova wants you to say. Hey, you're a soldier. And then like everything starts going wigging out here, and like Liam's talking about, man, there's probably so many
so like what she just said there, like I've been so proud or whatever. Now I'm looking at that, and you know what we're being told here is like, oh, she's proud. He's a soldier. What better he achieved his dream. But I could be looking at that, and with all the Genova rewrites going on right now, dude, she's probably just because she says a lovely woman is just like, before this, all the cutout could have been like, it's okay that you didn't make soldier.
Yeah.
I'm still there's so many things that could be happening here, but I think what we are, we're getting like Cloud's Genova influenced Spark Notes version of events, and this is just like these are the details that I think it's a culmination of both. Like, yeah, I mean, if it said somewhere from official source that this is the Genova rewrites, then like, yeah. But I think it's a culmination, personally, of just like Genova influence and what he is able to process, and it's largely due to what Genova's influencing him to process to begin with.
That was a great point by Rob. That she just says, "I will always be," and then never says your mother. Nice.
But in the original, she does, which is interesting. But
Genova's like, you don't have. That's not your mom. I'm mother.
so Dan, are you saying that you read from an Ultimania
Probably.
type official source that Grainy equals Genova, or are you just saying this is someone's hypothesis?
I'm 95% sure that I read this somewhere that mental interference is Genova rewriting memory. I just don't know where I found it from. So chat, help me out here. If you guys have this information, let me know. But I'm pretty confident that's what that is.
Sure. Because this is where I was saying that because of a scene that comes later after the fire for her dialogue, that pushes me toward the Genova rewriting memory camp. I don't know if we should talk about that now because we're on this thematically, or wait till later.
We'll get to it, and let's get to it later. Yeah.
Okay, but so does this change how you view the original, or do you feel like the original? No, it could be just mental trauma.
I always thought that there was like, I never really thought of it as Genova per se, but I always like something going on with Cloud's mental state where. Something like there was even a moment where like it's not just a reactor, or like in that moment where we just got by with skid knees and stuff like that, where Cloud is being talked to by many different people. It feels like in the original game and in but whenever you get that green interference, that seems like Genova. Like whenever it's that green, like it's a really bad headache. I feel like that's Genova. So yeah, like so subtext says, I'm still in the mental trauma camp. Sleep Easy referenced that from an Ultimania for sure is what subtext is saying. But we don't have the actual quote anywhere. I can grab my Ultimania and see if it's in the Rebirth or the remake one, but
which to me is a little sad. Like I think it's perfectly logical artistically to say it's Genova rewrite, but I guess part of what to me was great about the original is that I feel like representing that. I mean, Cloud has X problems because of Genova cells, fine, but my interpretation of a lot of the original was Cloud has mental health issues of a severe nature. He was tortured. He was nearly killed. He lost his hometown. He lost Tifa. The mind's gonna do crazy stuff to cope with that any which way it can. And to me, there's a certain poignancy of Cloud's story in the original that, yes, to quote Tifa at one point in the story when she says, "Wow, Cloud, you really are messed up." I mean, however true that might be, and how oddly
very sensitive,
oddly insensitive the one time she says that, to me, it was a little poignant to be like, to represent, like, yeah, if life messes with you this much, this is what's going to happen, and
yeah,
that's an understandable response. I see virtue to the original. I see virtue to this as well.
Yeah. All right. So we're gonna move on and go for, because I feel like this conversation is gonna happen even more. So we're gonna keep on going through this chapter. And it's also very interesting to revisit this conversation when we get later on in the other chapters, because there's a moment where it's an interference, but it's a different kind of interference, and I'm very excited to talk about that. You guys know what I'm talking about when we see the true events for a brief moment in Nibelheim Inn, where we see the true.
Yeah, I know what you're referencing.
Yeah, and it wasn't green. It wasn't green headache interference. It was more of like a white. It's like maybe somebody from the live stream is showing.
Which chapter was? Wait.
We're gonna get there.
The
in this replay, yeah. In this replay,
it isn't. Okay, wait a minute. I thought you were going to say the other side. Just
yeah.
we'll get there.
We're gonna get there in this video series, podcast series. But
there ain't no stopping this train.
There ain't no stopping this train. We on, man. All right, so let's keep the train rolling as we go up the Nibelheim Tower, or the water tower here. One interesting thing to note, and this is coming from one of our write-ins, and I'm sure you guys probably have this one too, as it was bouncing around a little bit. Where Cloud's Buster Sword, he doesn't have to take that Buster Sword off. He can just sit down, which is definitely different from when we revisit Nibelheim later on in the game. And he has to take the Buster Sword off because it doesn't work. With the Buster Sword is going through the
I'm mixed on that.
Through the
I'm
platform.
Mixed on that.
You don't think?
I'm mixed on that like it could just be an oversight. Like if I'm being honest, like we could read deep into every single animation thing. But on the other hand, it's funny that I'm arguing against that, because that literally complements the point I just made about him being in infantry armor.
Exactly.
10 minutes ago, like oh yeah, he walks up and she sees him as an infantryman. And he's not, so yeah, if he was in his infantry outfit, he would just sit normally.
Yep.
So on one hand, it's like, oh, this could have been a deliberate detail. Or on the other hand, the writers and directors of this game are like, oh man, I love retroactive. I love retroactive ways to, correct our mistakes.
That's absolutely what I meant to do. Yeah.
You know the animator who was behind that specific moment was just like, I love you guys.
Absolutely.
Oh, you fanatics. Hell yeah.
Zangief is so creepy in this sequence. He is so, I need an adult, is all I can say.
Why? Okay, this is actually this is something I wrote in my notes about him. Where the hell is it?
Yeah.
It's
here. This is the moment that it's like, okay.
I forgot. Oh, dude, where did I write it? Oh, anyway, all I'm just gonna say is, I love that this game has such a massive soundtrack. I really do. It's phenomenal, and I realized it was gonna be great. Why does this guy have a theme? Like, I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
It's a great theme, but like we hear it once. And more importantly, why did it make it to the official soundtrack when they cut things like Bow Wow Wow and other songs in favor of Zangief's theme? This mofo gets his theme put in the game. We hear it for maybe a minute and then never again. And I'm like, I mean, again, I'm not complaining. It's a great piece of music. The soundtrack's phenomenal. I just thought it was really funny, and I had to write that down. Especially since I actually just saw the Rebirth Distant Worlds like a month ago, and it was funny because I'm just thinking about all the great music in this game, and it's just like they gave this guy, they gave him a theme. It's a great theme. You hear it for a minute, and then we just move on.
Yeah.
You're never gonna hear it again.
So you ask why Zangan is a little creepy, right?
Well, I mean, I know, like from traces. Of
Yeah, I got to read it.
All the same.
Yeah,
Creepy
dude.
Wait, could you emphasize for a second? Just why? I don't need you to go like too crazy. I just want to.
I mean, it's just his
give a
personality.
reiteration.
It's just his
who he is.
personality.
He does this with everyone. He did this with Tifa in an even more creepy way in the book.
I think it would be interesting to have, if you have it like literally right there, it's a good point to bring up because, like he is kind of an oddball.
Yeah.
He's got a banger theme though.
Yeah.
He held on to the handshake when he first met Tifa, right? And she's like, "Let go." And he's like, "I'm sorry, apologies." And he's like, and then later on she goes, Tifa's feet froze in panic. She was alone with a strange man on the mountain. No one else would be near enough to hear her cries. Her mind spun as she tried to sort out what to do. Quote from Zangan: "I'd fancy a closer look at those calves of yours."
He's really
Would you mind?
I was willing to forgive that when I read that, and the book is like, maybe the translation lacked a little subtlety. Maybe there's some cultural differences here I don't appreciate. But then they put this scene here, and I'm like, okay.
As you can see, he does not discriminate. He's not focused on what it doesn't matter. He's looking at Cloud going, "Hey."
I just want to say like real quick, not to like bring up like Hunter x Hunter or anything like that. It's just like a Hisoka thing to me. If anybody is familiar with that, where it's just like it's just his nature. Yeah. I don't think that there's any like subtle undertone.
He's all about it.
Weird.
He's all about
it's just really weird. But like,
I agree. He's like some of my dance instructors who will poke and prod me, and it's because all they care about is dance, and they want me to do a certain way. And if any part of my body is not where it is,
they're going to grab it.
Poke and prod.
Yeah.
I respect it. But in this context of, hey, I just met you.
This is crazy.
16-year-old.
Here's my number. Call me if you want to be part of this group I have going on.
Okay. We need an AI remix of Carly Rae Epstein's song "Call Me Maybe" with Zangan.
With his
AI video deep fakes. Let's make this happen.
Again, though, I do want to point out though, awesome camera work when he goes like boom, and it tracks his fist, and then it's just tracking that, man. It looks so good. I love it. Now we're gonna go approach Sephiroth. Something seems off, and this is pretty faithful, very faithful to the original game here. As we're going to keep moving forward. It's definitely showing the human side of Sephiroth. He's having a little bit of, something's not right here. But he does say good night to Cloud. That's a sweet little thing. He says, night, you get some sleep, big day tomorrow. I think it's just really cool the way Sephiroth is written in this one. We're going to fast forward just a little bit. I don't want to move too fast. We're good. We're not only going on a time crunch, are we, guys?
I don't. No. I'd be up ananyway.
I'm good, but at the same time, I think we're gonna probably finish at about 1 a.m.
Yeah, no. I'm moving it along all right here, but because I don't want to.
I don't mind. Yeah, I'm just saying.
No, we're good.
Yeah, it's all right. I'd be up anyway. I do have work in the morning, but I'm not good at maintaining a sleep schedule. So at least I'm doing something more productive.
Yeah, I appreciate you. I'm glad this is productive.
What do you define productive as, really?
I'm still working on that definition. I don't know, honestly. This is cool. So Tifa is talking about. We get a little bit of Tifa's input in this, and I think that was really great addition to. I don't know, was it in the original? But it does feel cool that Tifa's kind of tag team in this story a little bit every now and then when Cloud needs a little help.
Yeah,
I think that's
that
cool
too.
We do get the infamous picture, not the infamous, but the famous picture, right here where
it's infamous after a certain
point. It gets infamous. So I think this is another really cool thing. One of the objectives from the developers themselves was talking about how they really, really tried to put an emphasis on Sephiroth being human in this chapter. Like this was. They wanted him to be compassionate. They want him to even be a little talkative around Cloud because he's talkative and he's kind of, I don't know, motivated by Cloud's like upbeat personality, and it kind of brings Sephiroth out of his shell a little bit. They kind of wanted to bring that into this retelling here.
I know they want that. I'm confused why, because I feel like at this point in Crisis Core, he was kind of far down the despondency. I mean, he wasn't all the way there. I'm not saying, but like, I feel like he made a statement before the trip in Crisis Core about this is going to be my last mission, and like and distaste about how, like, you know, okay, well, Angeal's gone and Genesis is gone, and like I felt. I guess I understand that the company has said many times they wanted to make him human, blah blah blah, but I feel like at this point in Crisis Core, he was close to the end.
Well, they kind of bring that together a little bit in Rebirth, to where Sephiroth is kind of harping on Shinra a little bit, where he's like, and knowing Shinra, probably not wanting to
smack about Hojo a lot.
Exactly, like he doesn't like him.
He's not
another one of those Turks missions, you know, like he doesn't want to be there. But Cloud is bringing him out of his shell. Like Cloud is or Zack is kind of bringing him out of his shell a little bit.
Actually, there's a really good visual example of this in a moment where he doesn't even want to bother with the photo. Yeah, it's kind of like beyond him, and then who's pulling him through? It's Cloud Zack, and you know, he's just like, Zoud. Anyway, but you know what I mean. Like he's being pulled back. I do think that it's kind of like I don't want to say narrative sacrifice, but I think because you're right, Robert. Like, you know, as far as like Crisis Core is concerned, by this point he is definitely more checked out. He's not he's not snapped by any means, but like, you know, that happens later. But he's more checked out. He's kind of done with this.
He's got his core group too. Like, I mean, with things happening with Genesis kind of sucks, but he had like very little friends, and one of his friends was Zack, you know, like in this moment. So he is, he might be kind of done with this whole like Shinra thing, and I think they do a good job actually. So I kind of have a little counterpoint there where I would say that I think they do a good job of showing that Sephiroth doesn't even really want to be here. And here's another moment right here where I honestly think this is one of my, I don't know why, it's one of my favorite lines, but like Tifa's like, that's so cool, I wish I could go on trips around the world. And then Sephiroth goes, trips? You mean business trips? And he's like, and they're no fun at all. And like, he doesn't want to be here. Like, he doesn't like doing this anymore. But I love that he says, like, trips? You mean business trips? They're no fun at all. I don't know why that line stands out to me so much, but I really, really like it. For Sephiroth, it's like, oh my god, this makes him feel like he's almost kind of like, you know, he's joining the group. Well, that, but he's also like having fun with Tifa and Cloud and like, or Zack. He's enjoying this almost a little bit, where you could tell that
Zack has that quality to him.
Yeah,
he brings out it's probably one of his strongest qualities, is like, besides like obviously his confident nature, which is on display with like throughout this entire segment. But like on top of that, it's just like, you know, like Tifa's enthusiasm is something that bounces off of Zack very well, because Zack's gonna like feed into that. He's like, oh yeah, like, you know. Whereas Sephiroth is kind of over this at this point. He's more tenured. He's just like, you know,
real quick, Scalabro, can you give me like, what were your thoughts on this right here, man? This moment right here, I have a note about right here. Yeah, I'm glad you do, man. Yeah, this you know, just this moment right here where the camera pulls back and you have the credits rolling, just gorgeous, man. Like,
completely agree.
This was so beautiful, dude. Like the demo, so we got treated to this a little bit earlier before the game came out, and this was in the demo, and it's just like, oh man, with that theme playing and the music swelling. Dude, what a moment.
Did the three of you play the demo? I didn't actually. Yes. I avoided the demo.
I played it a lot, man.
I actually purposely avoided it. I just sort of wanted to... I kind of knew that, like, myself, in that anytime I have a demo where it's like this, where I'm going to have to get snubbed, I'm just gonna be, you know, like, I'm gonna be yearning too much, like, to an obsessive degree. So I kind of was just like, you know what, I'll just wait until it's the whole streamlined experience. Especially since I found out that it was the early chapter. But wait, they took out the Zack stuff at the beginning for the demo,
Yep.
right? Like, didn't you start straight into the flashback? Yeah.
Yes.
Interesting.
For if you play the demo, you have to play all of that, I believe, if I remember right. And then once you get past your first battle in this little climbing the mountain, it'll say, "Hey, demo data detected. Do you want to skip?" And then if you go back after beating the game, it allows you to say, "Hey, do you want to do interludes?" You can choose not to do any of the interludes with Zack. You can choose, but if you're going back on hard mode, you have to do it again. But so there is a moment after you do the first battle of the ascent of Mount Nebel to where they're going to go, "Hey, data detected. Do you want to skip it?"
Well, no, I knew. I was saying when you started the demo, didn't the demo drop you straight into the Nibelheim flashback?
Yes.
Like
okay, gotcha.
Right,
Gotcha.
like you didn't get
Yes.
all the.
No, you're
the
right. I'm
Zack
sorry.
stuff at
Yeah.
the beginning. Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
My bad. Yeah.
You're good.
Yep. That's right.
One thing I really love about the sequence here, where you're climbing, where Tord Mount Nibel is playing, is I'm a very passionate person that Tifa's character is very deep, and I hate it when people sometimes focus on her physical features and not the depth of her character. I love what they did here for young Tifa. She is less polite. She's less diffident. She's more exuberant. You know, her little lines like, "Hey, I'm the guide here." You can't hear older Tifa saying that. And bluntly, it's because this is before life has beat her down with tragedy.
Yeah, she had a little bit of it, but yeah.
Reflecting that
We all have a little bit of tragedy here and there.
What a life she's had, my
guy,
God.
This is, I know what you mean, Robert. Like, this is before. It's before it culminated to a point where she had to like mature and grow past the point of like there was no turning back to her as she was. She had to change.
I agree, man. This is a good point.
Writers, kudos for Britt Baron again. Just like it takes real skill to be like, okay, here's your character. Okay, now do your character 2 years younger before a tragedy. That I really do respect that kind of acting.
Dude, I really agree with that as well. This is, and I think it was Subtext actually posted recently on X, and so shout out to Subtext for saying, like, man, he was praising Britt Baron for her performance, and just kind of like the subtle things, like we'll get to it eventually, but when Sephiroth was like, "And to think I was going to put you in charge, good thing I didn't," and lead on to Tifa, and she goes, "Yes." Like that, like just yes, like, oh my God, Sephiroth is telling me to go. Like it's just so good the way she delivers these lines. So, yep,
she's great.
Yeah. So we're going up the hill here. I love that the opening credits crawl here. You got that music swelling.
Perfect.
Incredible, man. So there's not much going on here outside of well, I guess there is a little bit of here and there as we skip through a little bit. This is kind of showing how eager Cloud is, and Cloud wants to kind of impress in a way, or Zack does. He, like, "Hey, let me go for it. I got this." You know what I mean? Boom. I'm a freaking soldier. Sephiroth saying, "Hey, they're all yours." Again, Sephiroth doesn't want to be here, and he's just kind of like, "Hey, I guess there's no point in me fighting." So
I think the context of when it's, I didn't even really think about this until you kind of just said wanting to impress. Zack wants to impress because he's just that kind of guy.
Yeah,
like, he's a little bit of a show.
He wants to impress Sephiroth, probably. Yeah, like
right. He's showing off to his boss. Cloud is showing off to Tifa, and that's a really important piece of, I think, context for a lot of this, even in this subtle little moment here, because in this real moment, I almost view this from like the lens of like, imagine what Infantryman Cloud back there is almost thinking. Like, he is bros with Zack, but like I almost imagine him like seething in a weird way. He's like, that
God, I wish I was that. Yeah,
that's my girl, buddy.
Not him.
Hey, but awesome though, awesome new addition to this game. I think it's coming up right here. Maybe no. I think it's a little bit further in. Dude, what a great moment to have the trooper save Tifa.
I'm so glad
this was awesome too, to show that Tifa is very capable of defending herself. She's not like helpless. Like, see how she freaking jumped up there. Yeah, she jumps up there and freaking kicks that enemy and gets. But at some point in this ascent here, she's about to get ambushed, and one of the troopers comes in and takes the hit. Sephiroth's like, "Good job, trooper." I think that was such an awesome addition to kind of like say, "Hey, here's a nod to the fans of the original, who know what's going on here." And yeah, I really, really like that part. I think it's here. It is right here. She's about to get ambushed.
Yeah.
Boom. Hey, Cloud's still a hero, baby.
Look at that little goober.
He is the hero.
Cloud's a hero, even as a trooper, and like he said he'd be there for her in a bind. He was.
He has his moments. Yeah,
he has some moments.
That's the first time he acts on his promise.
Yeah.
In the time that they've seen each other. And also, it's kind of funny you mentioned, like, yeah, she's capable, but if you notice, she was only capable when she was able to catch the enemy off guard. Once the enemy swooped in, it was like on like the prowl. She was like, all right, Cloud, you take it. Like,
training's over. I just started my training. Okay, guys.
It's like, listen, I've only had so much time with Zangan.
I haven't had Zangan examine my calves any more than I'm a little skeptical on the calf examination. I just want to. Yeah. I haven't gotten to that part. This is so we get up the hill here. I want to go into. Let's see. Did we already get to that point?
Oh, you're excited to get to the vacuum mini game, right? That's what you're.
Hell yeah, baby!
Vacuum mini game, right?
Oh God!
I just want to point out real quick with the vacuum thing. I actually, on my replay of this, I was actually streaming to a friend who has never played this, and I was kind of just curious, like, because I knew my thoughts on a replay, and I knew what I was going to think, and I was just, like, streaming to my friend who's never played this before. He knows the story mostly because I've just nonstop rambled about it to him. He wasn't going to play it, so I was like, all right, I'll just tell you everything. And then it's just funny, because I looked at him, and I'm like, you're about to see the part that I was dreading about this replay. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. I feel like
it was in our head. Yeah, for sure. The replay on this replay, it wasn't as bad.
You do it twice, I think.
I got some,
and I'm like...
Yeah, twice in this chapter.
Got some fun facts.
I feel like...
Got some fun facts about it. I'll start off.
Not the vacuum fun fact.
Vacuum fun fact.
Please regale me with how fun this is.
Right, you tell us the fact. We'll tell you if it's fun.
Well said, Wiley. Well said.
No, it's not going to be fun. Actually, you might be appreciative of this. You might be really, really appreciative.
Simulator is great.
Fun fact: it was supposed to show up 6 more times, but
You're
actually right.
Wait, what?
He goes, all right, so this is coming from Hamaguchi. He goes, quote, it throws them into this is the reason why the vacuum thing exists. It throws them into the world much deeper than if we just told them about it, because they get to touch and experience it themselves. About 2 weeks from Master. 2 weeks from Master. I was looking at it and thought, it might be stressful to the player to have so many, and I knocked it down to 3. This is him talking about that there were, in fact, 6
Wait, really? I just
pockets, and then he brought it down to 3 instead. There were many more instances.
He didn't make it 7, just so that we could be like, the 7 references. You used them.
It might have been. Honestly, I think it was 6, but I might not be because I forgot to highlight that part of the quote. But it was in fact more. It was more.
That is absolutely wild. I'm just letting you know, Dan. Like, thank you for inviting me. But if I would have probably given up on the whole thing, I would have had to text you, probably be like, "Yeah, bro, vacuums did me in." I
had to clean up 3 more of those. They could have made me walk a little faster. Like that. I think it would have been fine if I vacuumed it up. Like if I could vacuum it up and then like I'm moving that thing around like I vacuum my house.
Yeah,
I was about to say, if we have to do this mini game again, I need like a little Dust Devil, a handheld, just running gun.
Yeah, give me a Kirby. give me just.
Man, the one constructive thing I can give this, I mean, it's awful, don't get me wrong, but the one positive thing I can say is this. In my mind, throughout this chapter, there are so many references to Mako poisoning.
Yes.
By my count, there were 5, which is very interesting given that no one in this game suffers Mako poisoning, I don't believe. Unless you want to argue, well, no, I'll leave that alone. But no one does. I mean, I'm assuming that this is just incredibly excessive foreshadowing for part 3. is my guess, that they want to establish that this is a thing.
Yeah, I honestly
I'm assuming that's the intent.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's even in that same interview that was done on Square Enix, where he was in fact saying that was very much the purpose, was to showcase that, hey, Mako poisoning, it's we wanted to tell that to the player and establish that as something in this universe, and then having them to go hands-on with vacuuming it up and things like that was very important to them. I will say that my own notes before I read that interview, I was like, this because it was a Pepe and Grosmanet from Grosmanet. Pepe and Grosmanet from the survey was talking about how the vacuums were just a pain in the ass. So I was like, all right, I have to agree. It was an interesting gameplay choice for sure, but we got to talk about it. What do you think the purpose of having us vacuum up the Mako was? And I wrote my own notes to drive home the fact that Mako density in this reactor has become so dense it's starting to seep out. And it's unstable. Like this reactor is unstable. And I think we even see that when they're ascending the mountain and all those pipes kind of burst. It's showing that, oh man, this reactor's got problems. And Sephiroth explains to us we shouldn't breathe it in. It's, too much Mako exposure is really bad. It introduces us to the concept of Mako poisoning. So my notes were spot on after reading that interview. That was very much the case. I think it wouldn't have been bad if they would have just allowed us to move the vacuum faster. Like, I don't think it was that bad of an idea to get hands-on with it. They even said that they spent a extra amount of time making it feel good to vacuum. Like that was the thing that got me.
I'm not one of those people that gets satisfied.
I'm like, somebody, they wanted a very satisfying feeling on the DualSense, and I was like, man, they actually spent a lot of time, but like, did nobody think about like how long it's taking me? And then they had that moment that really got me, was when the cord wasn't long enough and you had to freaking
Dude, I forgot about the door you had to open, and I went the dumb person way, and I was like, fuck, like I gotta go the other way.
On my replay, I fixed that right. I went right for the door on the replay. I was like,
I forgot. Oh, I think chapter 1, weirdly enough, is actually one of the lesser played chapters. I don't know why. Just because I guess
maybe?
Like.
Oh, well, no, you didn't play it. That's right.
Wait. Demo. Right? Yeah. No, I just didn't go back. Probably vacuum trauma, and it's just weird. But it's weird to think that like. If it is like to emphasize this point, they did do that. Yeah, like it's a good takeaway. But at the same time, this really isn't relevant until like part 3. So unless we get like a flashback in part 3 of like the vacuum, like I don't.
The vacuum returns.
This is something that like we're all like nerds, so we're gonna fixate on that. I don't know if that's something that's going to be impressed upon like your average player who maybe isn't going to read as deep into the whole vacuum. Like, is somebody going to go into part 3 and then it's going to be later in part 3 when the Mako poisoning occurs? It's like, are we really going to think about what we did at the beginning of the previous game for like a collective minute, 2 minutes tops?
We even said it at the top, like when we started this conversation. We said it. We were like, you know what, right, Excalibur? I think it was you. Like, it wasn't that bad on the replay. Like,
yeah, no, I said that.
You said that. Okay. Yeah.
It was
so head to head. I think the worst mini game in Remake was the sewer pump.
Oh god!
Would you rather do that, or would you rather do the vacuum?
Is fine by comparison to that, but like it's
vacuum is fine. Yeah,
it's just
I
weird.
think I prefer the sewer pump game to this personally, but
really,
I don't know. There's something extra infuriating. Like at least that has some modicum of skill. This is just like I'm doing an obvious, like I'm just walking.
Are you knocking my vacuuming skills? I felt very challenged by
that. It's very satisfying. Real quick. I'm gonna hone it in, boys. Let's bring it. We're stuck in this vacuum. Check this out, though. Check this out. I want you guys to see this real quick. All right, we're going to get off the vacuum and talk about this because I thought this was great framing. I thought this was awesome. So what we see here is the shadow on the wall, right? This is like this freaking almost like a horror film, right?
Yeah.
And I think
That's
this
like evil stuff.
extremely intentional, right? Extremely intentional to do it that way, because we're foreshadowing a little bit, right? How Sephiroth becomes a monster, right? So this reactor is producing monsters, and we've heard that so much in Crisis Core, how soldiers are monsters, and things like that, right? So this foreshadows Sephiroth becoming a monster. He's one of these creations, and I love that they framed the shadow on the wall, and like it's very terrifying. And it was almost out of nowhere, right? Like, this game is not supposed to evoke that sense, it almost feels like, but this was entering the reactor for the first time, and you're seeing this very horrifying like shadow figure, and yeah, I thought that was cool to kind of like bring it back to saying Sephiroth is he's becoming a monster in this, and it's supposed to be a horror film. So there's that. I want to go to, let's skip ahead a little bit. I got my notes. I think we're moving along now. We're hitting a stride before we got to the vacuum boy.
I have nothing in my notes until the Mako Spring, personally.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember if that's before or after, but I do have in bold yellow paint, but we haven't hit that yet.
Oh,
There's a mod. There's a mod that gets rid of it, and I've played it on my replay. I was playing with the mod on.
So you're playing on PC for the remake?
Yeah, for the replay. Dude,
Yeah.
I was really upset, man, because I wanted so badly to do the replay on PC, and it had so many issues at launch. I'm happy to say that they have released a patch, and it runs much, much better. But yeah, that patch didn't come out until like yesterday, so I did my replay real quick of this chapter, and I made lots and lots of notes. So this was cool, and I think you're right. We don't really get too much going on. I see until they start falling. I think they fall first before they reach the Mako Spring.
There's the bridge scene.
Yeah.
I personally had,
So there was the other vacuum sequence when you had the cord.
Dude, the jump scare.
Let's go to half speed. Let's go into the man.
Let's dive into this real quick. The jump scare. Dude, great foreshadowing of the
Bro, don't
vacuum.
do that to me. Next time, put a content warning before you show us some horrific shit like that.
So this is the bridge breaking. I think this was really cool. The lightning striking was interesting. That's the reason why the bridge broke. I don't think that was shown in the original, right? I can't remember.
No, it was not.
No.
It was just an old bridge.
Just the old bridge broke. Yeah. This
would have liked more. I feel like it would have emphasized the point of this place hasn't really been touched in a while. Like,
agreed. Yeah.
Instead of just like divine intervention, Odin was feeling a little silly in this moment.
Safety hasn't been here, like Odin was.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Shinra Safety Department. They're well funded.
Yeah, right. They haven't serviced this
it
place
was
in a while.
actually what did they call it earlier? Like it was actually avalanche weather
time.
Manufactured weather weapon or whatever.
It's weapon warfare. It's weapon warfare. Freaking Wu-Tai. Wu-Tai's back.
Freaking Wu-Tai-ins in their lightning strikes.
Yes.
Trying to keep us from the reactor.
Time for Warrior of Hypes. Get hype nominee. Come on, here it is. Okay. Another nominee. Just freaking come on, dude. Just stands up in the middle of a raging river.
Okay, but this implies something. Is he standing on a rock? Like, okay,
no.
He's strong enough to withstand the current.
Where he is.
Right.
Yeah, okay, so it is shallower where he is because we see like everybody else kind of get besides Zach get like
look at
his
this
bearings in a bit. Yeah, okay, because
it's up to his chest. It's up to his freaking up to his chest, and he's just
up to his chest,
and he's just standing there, like
cool.
Like not affected at all. So I think that it was so cool. Yeah, and then he just
elemental water equipped, obviously.
Yeah. and then he just walks over and grabs Tifa like, I got you. And then, but this was another, like, Cloud does a moment. Like, he is, remember,
this is fascinating.
Let's not forget he is also a soldier, so he can stand up. Yeah. He grabs Cloud.
Kowalski.
This is a moment that I'm surprised you guys didn't have a note for. Do you have one for this one, Excalibur? I feel like you were about to say it.
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
Just the look on his face when he can't save that guy. I mean, it
Yeah.
lets you know that he's still human. Like he's
Yes.
a homie, you know? Like he cares.
He's a homie.
He's a
I wrote
homie.
in my notes actually. Sephiroth saves Tifa. Zack saves Cloud. Rip lost Soldier. One of the last moments we see Sephiroth's humanity.
Yeah.
And it's true. It is
Yeah.
one of the last moments. Now, you know, I don't think this was a greater catalyst to something. But what's funny is that this is after what happens in the basement of the manor. He has no he disregards pretty much all human life after that point. Like it doesn't matter to him.
Well,
This is one of the last moments where the loss of human life actually had a visible impact on him.
and
And I think it's very profound.
he spent 2 hours looking for him. I thought I spotted that on my second playthrough. I didn't spot that on the first one. This was 2 hours later. So he Sephiroth cared enough to go out looking for Ramirez. 2 hours went by, and then he comes back to deliver the news. And this is a change up from the original. Again, we're emphasizing that Sephiroth is human. Here he comes. He's walking back. Cloud was watching over Tifa and the trooper Cloud.
And himself.
Yeah, and himself, yeah. But look, he shakes his head. I'm like, nope, couldn't find him. He's in Fate's hands now, is what he says. So, yeah, there it is. So I thought that was cool because this is a change up from the original game. In the original game, I always thought it was like, oh man, that's cold. Because Sephiroth goes, nothing we can do. Let's move on.
I mean, I think that's literally the line that they say, isn't it? Like, I know it's cold, but I think that's what Sephiroth says.
I know it sounds cold hearted, but we gotta go. Right. So and it does, the original game does kind of bring out that human side and through the text, but I think they did a great job with Rebirth retelling of it to show that 2 hours went by and he was still looking for him. And he just was like, nah, he's in Fate's hand. I can't find him. And now they're gonna go. I thought that was really good. And like Liam said, this is probably the last time we truly see humanity in him. So
It's definitely the last time that we see him value the loss of life, because after this, nobody there's this is the last time we see him value the loss of. And I mean, we don't know how deep his relationship goes with that trooper, but it's very clear he cares about his men. And he at surface value, you could say, okay, he cares about his men. Perhaps there is a deeper connection. We don't know. He might actually know him fairly well. The point is that, really, this is the last moment we see Sephiroth as somebody with a genuine, human emotion to loss. Because after this, he inflicts it at a mass scale.
And I think
with such a disregard.
And it's super important.
I want to contrast that to OG, where he holds it together a bit longer.
Yeah. You'll have to give me a reference or something. I can't remember too much, but I do know that. No, go ahead. What's your point on that one? He holds it together for a long.
I mean, it's not a big deal. Just that later on, I feel like there's a difference in how Sephiroth goes insane.
Yes. Okay.
Later on, so in the original, it's a more slow thing that he spends some number of
7
nights and days in the library, and by the time Cloud gets there, he's blithering insane. But I guess the original, in my mind, implied it was like a slow process for how he got there. In Rebirth. In Rebirth, when Cloud goes in, Sephiroth is still sane. It's very, very different.
No. You'll see. We're gonna. I caught this on my replay as well. 7 days did go by.
But 7 days went by. But I'm saying he didn't snap. In the original, it was a continuous function.
Yeah.
In Rebirth, it feels like it snaps on the 7th day all of a sudden, and so that implies that Sephiroth wasn't gone and murderous, homicidal until oh, now I get it. I'm the chosen one.
I think that might play into how Rebirth plays with our understanding of Genova. And I'll maybe touch on that a bit later because I don't want to hark on something that we're not even up to yet in the podcast.
I apologize.
No, you're good. It's just I think that there is, at least to me, I feel like Rebirth kind of opened my eyes to how I understand Genova. and not in a way that wasn't present in the original, but I think we're seeing it more visually. I like the hat change.
It's getting hot with a beanie on, man. What are we doing?
Anyway, like I think it was just like I think we're seeing a more visual and audible representation that we just didn't have presented to us in the original because of technical limitations. But anyway, let's move on. I'll touch on that when we get back to it.
I just want to look like Liam a little bit. Cool.
Why?
I put it backwards. I put it backwards.
Oh.
Yeah, I put it backwards a little bit.
Yeah, now you got me self-conscious.
Yeah. Oh, because it was too high? Is it too high up on the head there? Here we go.
Sorry, I just had to focus on you real quick.
I don't know what's worse. It almost look like a bedtime, like it's my bed cap. But anyway, so we're gonna get to the Mako Spring.
Scrooge.
I was thinking that exactly.
All right, we're at
the Christmas Carol cap.
Daniel Neeser. All right, let's go.
There we go. Bring us to what your notes were on that one. Rob, you had some notes about the Mako Spring?
I mean, nothing terribly deep, just a statement of the scene is perfect in terms of showing Cloud the puppy beautifully simultaneously as an ass and a dumbass. Both of those things independently. That just his little dialogue here. What are you talking about? Who told you that? My dad. And the mayor of Santa Claus, if you must know, etc. Just like it's this is in my mind the greatest point of Cloud the puppy and the acting and the writing of like it's so overwhelmingly what a moron Zack could be in Crisis Core, as well as that sort of like flamboyantness as
just
well.
Oblivious, yeah.
Nothing deep, just appreciation that this scene is the best in my opinion of that representation.
I don't want to say that my note here is deep by any means, but what my takeaway, I don't know if you can go back for a second, just like so I could kind of maybe pick something up on the dialogue that brings the point up. But I wrote in my notes that Tifa / Nibelheim residents cast doubt on Shinra's use of Mako. Cloud buys Shinra's hype early in his life because this is more of a lens of him and Zack at the time where they were still very much, subscribed to Shinra's worldview of things and what they're being told. They're drinking the Kool-Aid.
Yeah, they're drinking that Kool-Aid.
Whereas clearly Tifa, who doesn't have the Shinra lens, and neither does her dad or the mayor, like they're kind of outcasted. They're this backwater community. Cloud was there, but now he's seen what Shinra's presented to him, and it's just, to me, it's interesting that we are seeing, somebody who, and Daniel, you pointed out earlier too, Sephiroth is also got his doubts at this point. It's just kind of funny because ironically, Zack Cloud, Puppy Cloud, whatever we want to call it, he's the one that's sort of the most subscribed to what Shinra's telling them about Mako. And, I just, that was something that reached to me in that scene, listening to them talk about it, listening to them bicker like children, which they are.
Yeah.
They're 16 here. So, it's just, I don't know. To me, it was just interesting to see that.
And it's faithful to the original here as well, as we are getting some backstory or some information on Ancients, Hojo, research and development, how this materia stuff works, which I think is great. We needed it. If you're not a Final Fantasy VII guy, or even if you just are playing a game and you want to know, how am I even able to use magic? I think that's a legitimate question. So the original asked that question and they answered it, and I love how that they do that here as well. So this was a very faithful retelling of the original there in that moment. We are going to continue our ascent up this mountain. I don't really have many notes until we get.
Well, hold on. Let's back up. Let's back up to the blue crystal room here.
Oh, okay.
I mean, first of all, that blue crystal would make Walter White jealous, bro. I'm saying Hojo on the PHS, like Better Call Soldier, right?
Better Call Soldier.
But I like the convo with Tifa and Cloud for different reasons. Like, I feel like it's setting up Tifa's stance versus Shinra, like discussing how reactors will drain the planet. So it's like it's sort of a callback to her remake motivation for joining Avalanche, right? So you get kind of this connective tissue in her past that kind of like feeds forward through everything you've seen so far. Or if you didn't play remake, you sort of have like a refresher on like how she made it into this group.
Yeah, God, I want a Better Call Soldier. Like, I feel like I feel like I need to get on that. I need to make that a shirt. Make that a shirt.
You still yet to do anything with Holy
talk to me
Chocobo,
later.
just a reminder. You got a bunch of material you got to work with, Dan. Better Call Soldier.
Better Call Soldier. That was, dude, that's great. We continue our ascent up this mountain, Nibble. We're gonna get up to the. We're gonna get right to the Materia Keeper because I feel like that's where we gotta get to. Another vacuum.
One thing or not really?
No. What's going on? Yeah, go ahead, bring it in.
I did have one question, which, maybe this is reading too much into something and it's a throwaway line, but just before we encounter Materia Keeper, Barrett interjects.
That was me. Sorry, just saying, that was me going the wrong way with that thing.
Oh, yeah.
You, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I showed it, yeah.
Barrett interjects, Sephiroth is pure evil, trying to kill everyone on the planet, quote unquote. I don't know why Barrett says that. At this point in the story...
Yeah, it's a good point.
Why would Barrett think that? Like, I feel like,
at the end of Remake?
I think at the end of Remake...
At the end of Remake, I guess.
To, like, conquer or rule the world or change fate or destiny. It's not a big deal, but I mean, maybe there's something you gentlemen can see that I cannot. That to me, we only know that he wants to kill everyone on the planet in the context of meteor, blah 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 blah. So maybe it's just Barrett speaking in a crude, off the cuff way. Yeah,
it might be off the cuff. It is at the end of Remake. I mean, we do see him, like, he definitely has that look to him, like he wants to do that. We saw the meteor. We saw the meteor in Remake, right, where he brings down the, like, in that VR room. And I'm pretty sure Barrett saw it because he was like, "I should warn somebody before you show him that." So like,
I still get confused. What did Tifa and Barrett see in the VR room?
I feel like they must have seen it. They must have seen it.
The same exact things, like even them dying and stuff, you think?
Yeah.
And then during the Whisper Harbinger
would have said something like, "Hey, I was stabbed to death by this guy in a black robe. Who was that?" Like,
oh, that's true. Yeah, there was no conversation about it, which was really weird.
I feel like they had to have seen everything up to a certain point, kind of
have to. That is a mystery that is still, I feel like, unsolved. I don't think this is.
Yeah. I hate to say this because I want to believe that the game could do no wrong. It honestly probably is just like a bit of an oversight. Just
we don't need to dwell on this. Maybe that's not everything. No. That's what I'm thinking. The developers think.
We're like, because I think looking at the audience, they're like, what he's up to, we know what he's up to, and it just happened to be the vessel that they expressed that point through. It's like, he's bad, he's gonna destroy the world, and we're supposed to be questioning a lot of shit right now, and I just honestly think it's just an oversight. Like, they probably just they tipped their hand a bit too much because I think they expect us all to know. But they also,
I don't know, man, because during
but they counteract that by constantly saying in interviews, "Oh, this is for new fans."
Yeah, no, I would say during the remake fight against the Whisper Harbinger, I mean, wasn't Barrett like, "What the hell we just see?" And it was the didn't.
I love the Barrett impersonations, by the way. Keep doing them.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. John Bentley knows. But he was like, "What?" He was like, "What did we just see?" And I mean, I feel like he was shown meteor hitting the planet. I feel like he was shown that Sephiroth's goal is to freaking summon this meteor and destroy everything. That would be my only explanation for that. But I do I appreciate you bringing that to the conversation. I think it's worth noting.
Well, the other reason I bring it up is that, and this relates to a bigger conversation we should have at the end, which is what does the team remember from Singularity? Like, do they? That this is part of why I get at it. That I get confused on A, does everyone have total memories of the Singularity? Mm-hmm. B, does everyone forget it? Or C, does everyone but Aerith forget it? And I mean, we shouldn't go into that now, but this is part of what makes me ask that question, is this sort of, I feel like any answer we give requires us to say Barrett remembers what happened in the singularity, which could be fine, but I feel like that's an open question.
Well, I at least remembers going into the singularity. Like, because if you get to the end of Rebirth, when he like, Daddy's coming home real soon, you know, like he even like, I know how to get through this. I can freaking, you know, I know this is what I did last time and it worked. So I think he remembers going into. I would just go ahead and say that he like everybody remembers the singularity. Jared Van Wormer saying they don't, unless if I'm like there's chat that I'm not paying attention to.
I mean,
but so like I think you're right.
She knows nothing.
Well, Aerith claims that she had memory, or she must have had memories at some point of the future, but now she just doesn't know.
She's
or
also
knowledge.
possibly being selective too with what she's willing to share on account of the fact that she's not trying to influence things too greatly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's a valid thing to bring up. He does say that, like, now tell me something that's really going to make my blood boil, because it sounds like Sephiroth's a stand-up guy, is what he's saying. And I think
which he was,
yeah, stand-up guy. Yeah, do you guys have any
good boss?
Yeah. Excalibur, what do you think about the Materia Keeper being in this moment? What do you think about you know, them moving it from the return to Mount Nebel from the original game? You return to Mount Nebel and then you fight the Materia Keeper. Now it's called the Materia Guardian, right? But what do you think about this change up to have them fight? I have notes from the developers of the reason why this fight was there in place, but your thoughts first.
So I haven't read those notes, but my feeling, I felt this the first time I played it. I felt it when I played it again 2 days ago. It feels like it's sort of it just feels like the Guard Scorpion, right? Like it's very reminiscent of the Guard Scorpion or the Scorpion Sentinel or whatever it's called, right? In Remake. The mobility, the limbs, you know, the tail, the phases, it goes on the ceiling and the walls and all that stuff. It really just felt like they were sort of trying to bring that feeling back for, you know, for part 2. It doesn't bother me that they moved it from later to here. I get why they do, like they needed something here, a boss here. It made sense. This is the area that the thing's in. So like logistics makes sense. So I don't have a problem with any of that, but I think that the reason, if I had to guess, it's because it's a lot like the Scorpion Sentinel. That's
so funny that you bring that up. First of all, parallels. You know, bringing that back from that video. It's paralleling. Do you remember that video when I went nuts about parallels? But it's funny you mentioned that, because Hamaguchi himself said that they wanted. It's okay. We very quickly realized that we wanted something from the original because it would delight fans to see something recognizable as the first boss. It worked so well thematically. You have the reactor where Mako is being processed, and the life spring before that. So the idea of a creature that protects the life stream from intruders felt like a really great option, end quote. So, and it's funny that you mentioned about it feeling very alike to the Scorpion Sentinel, because in that same interview, which I didn't copy and paste that part of the interview, but I remember him saying from the interview that after they decided on the Materia Keeper, after they were like, yeah, this works very well thematically, and then they're working on it, they're like, man, this is very, very similar to the Scorpion Sentinel. They're like, it's both, what did they say? Arachnid, or like very, like insect looking, or, you know, that kind of look to it. And they said they worked, they put extra care into making it feel different, from the Scorpion Sentinel. So they were trying real hard to make it not feel like the same fight, but, yeah, it's so very ironic that you mentioned that. Yeah, so I thought the Materia Keeper was a great battle. I think they do a great job of making Sephiroth have fun. Like, I think he was having fun with this battle, and with the look, like, you know, like the camera, you know, that was funny. And like just and Cloud just amazed at Sephiroth the entire time. So I thought that was super cool. And Sephiroth just kind of having fun. You're practically panting You're just such a puppy.
Such a
Like
puppy.
he's having fun. He's having fun, which is.
Did you
cool.
guys notice in Sephiroth's moveset, his Hell's Gate ability is the same one he uses to kill Eric?
Hey man, that's his move.
Yeah, that's his move.
That's his move. He did it.
Everybody needs a signature.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah. So I thought that was cool. Oh, before that battle. No, was it after? It was after. So it was after that battle, and we get to the reactor, and we get to walk into the Mako reactor of Mount Nibble. Man, that rendition or that mix is like a haunting mix of the Mako reactor theme. I loved it,
that.
dude. It was so good. Very chilling. And yeah, that was when. It was after that fight when Barrett was like, "Tell me something that make my blood really boil," and like Cloud says, "Oh, I will," and I'm like, "Oh, dude, such a great freaking moment there." And we get to again. I think this was before the. No, this is going into the Mako reactor, and Sephiroth goes, "Perhaps you'd like to say a few words to your sword first." And such a great, like, hey, if you're paying attention, and once again, this kind of proves, at least in this instance, that you don't need to have played the original, like the compilation. If you're paying attention, Zack is talking to his sword at the end of Remake, right? Like he's talking to his sword, and that's a kind of a Zack thing. So it's kind of a nod to, hey, new players, if you're paying attention to the Remake trilogy thus far, you should know that this is a Zack thing and the way Zack is acting. Especially if you
play. Doesn't give a damn about that thing. Like not that he doesn't give it, but not until later.
He's not going to talk to his sword. He never talked to his sword. And then if you get like, of course, and I don't care what they say, Crisis Core Reunion is very much part of the FF7R series. Like you have to have played Reunion, I'm sure. So if you played Reunion, then you know exactly what's going on here. Anyways, in the first place, but I thought it was a really cool nod to say, hey, perhaps you'd like to talk to your sword first. And it's just that was cool. This is coming from Tom Close, a Final fan from the survey. I'm gonna pitch this question to you guys. So we'll keep this thing moving a little bit. So we'll get. I feel like we're all probably going to be on the same page. Tom Close writes, "Do you subscribe to the theory, or do you subscribe to Final Fan TV?" You should.
Nice.
You should.
Good plug. You should. I was impressed by that.
Thank you. Do you subscribe to the theory that the I'm subscribed. That the moment when you are sent around the corner by Sephiroth to turn some valves, that this is the moment when Genesis appears to talk to Sephiroth without Cloud or Zack there for the matter.
I had that exact thought.
See, this way, I didn't even think about that, but probably. It makes perfect.
Why else make us turn these valves for so long?
They're buying time to do whatever, for real.
I hold out hope that it's because it would have been easier to program that the room is one-dimensional, because in the original you go to like one of the stupid Machinoid pods and you have to figure out which one to do. So I'm holding out hope it's that the creators have recognized that Genesis is an awful character who is the most annoying poet in the world, and therefore the fans don't want him. I realize that is a desperate hope, but I'm going to cling to it. Because
it's funny. I wonder if they're going to touch on that later, like in part 3. If we're going to, I think that in a way, like it's funny because I didn't even think about that. If I'm being honest, and I think this is a perfect way to do it, where people who like him can go, "Oh yeah, that makes sense," and people who don't are like, "Out of sight, out of mind."
We don't know about that.
Even if you like Genesis, I just feel like as a writing matter, it's awful.
I don't like. If I'm gonna be honest, I don't like that he was there.
Corrupted by vengeance.
I don't like that he was there in that moment.
Even if I thought that even if I liked Genesis, It adds nothing to the Nibelheim story. It adds an unnecessary complexity. It draws attention away from where the center of the attention is supposed to
Agreed.
be.
Yeah.
This is almost the height of the drama. This is the second most important moment in the chapter, and you want in introducing some character who has really nothing to do with this point in the story. He's all, like, it doesn't affect Sephiroth in any way that Genesis was there. It doesn't affect Cloud. It affects absolutely nothing. To me, it's just bad writing. And
There's
Rob, would it be fair to say that when it comes to Genesis, there's no one you could love less?
Oh man, dude. I'm
sorry.
I love that so much. I'm
sorry.
So much.
No, but
love less.
Actually, I made the joke.
Am I I'm just kind of curious where the panel is at. I'm trying to get a hot or cold on Genesis. Is everybody cold against Genesis? Do you have a problem with Genesis?
I love him. I think he has his place in Crisis Core. My biggest problem is
place, and it's not.
No, but I mean by that, it's what I kind of mean that literally is that, as far as putting context to the original scene, he adds nothing, like you said, Rob. He really doesn't do anything. So the fact that he has a presence there, in the sense that, how do I put this? The original story touches on him not really at all. And of course, you could say the same things about Angeal and other, but the difference is that I feel like their impact is more subtle in a way that you could go through the original story without having to play Crisis Core, and you could still, enjoy his influence on the original. Putting him in one of the most important segments of the game for such a brief and unnecessary moment.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of almost reckless, and I'm very shocked that they did that in Crisis Core, if I'm being honest.
Oh man, me too. And honestly, I think I read somewhere that Katase was involved with that whole writing of that sequence, and people even within the staff were like, "Hey, that kind of contradicts things a little bit." But
don't let them cook.
I'm kind of very curious as it pertains to Chapter 1 of Rebirth. I'm to kind of reel it back into that. I am very interested to see if that is the case, of having us step outside to see if Genesis does appear, because we will get the true events of this sequence at some point. And when we get to the live stream sequence, and
wait, will we?
Don't we get the true events? What do you mean?
Well,
but I don't think
not in this game.
No, I know, but in the live stream sequence, from what you learn, you are the only new information you get is the perspective.
Where it was from Cloud. Yeah.
I don't see that there's any reason.
We don't see this again. You don't think we're going to see this again, even in?
I'm saying that if it's true that the live stream sequence plays out as before, the new information you get is the perspective of Trooper Cloud.
Yeah, we get to see it again at some point in the
Trooper Cloud is outside the reactor right now with Tifa, where they have the wonderful line in Rebirth where Tifa says, "Would it kill this guy to say something?" Which is a great line. Great line. But I mean, in other words, Cloud has, as far as I know, has no way to know ever that Genesis was there. Because the only person who knows the only people who know are Genesis, Sephiroth, and Real Zack.
We'll just have to have Genesis show up in the live stream sequence.
I just actually, it's funny you say that. I hope that leave it close to the original and just you can leave it open ended. If you want to have
Genesis, Genesis will show Cloud how he will piece them together. It's going to be great. Everybody's going to love that. Everybody will love it. Everybody will love it. It'll be fine.
You know how much what hurts me is that I could see them doing that now that you're saying
he's
that.
Like, dude, please really stop.
My soul.
Please stop.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you to shut up in case the developers are listening to you right now.
Please stop.
Veto.
I think it's just I hope that they leave it as intact to the original, and I think that when it comes to a lot of these flashback scenes that we get, they actually do a pretty good job at remaining pretty faithful. So if they could keep on track with the live stream flashback piecing the memories thing. Yeah, we only see Trooper Cloud's perspective. It'd be it'd be great. He has to go inside and he has to turn a valve himself, and that's just our little check off to know how Genesis is doing Genesis things. We don't have to see it, but but for I just
longest valve turning ever, because I mean Genesis has a whole speech, because Genesis cannot say anything. He has to have a giant vague speech that no one understands.
Yeah.
That is going to be the longest turning of a valve that
I think yeah.
Wait, sorry, Daniel. Go.
No, I just want to say, I do want to, because I feel like this is going to guarantee Genesis is going to be in the third game. I'm almost 100% confident. I'm nearly there.
Convinced.
I feel like
he has to be.
He's going to be there. I just feel like he's going to be there, and I'm hoping that when they do this, it's going to be maybe a better written Genesis. It's going to be maybe a little less of the Loveless quoting and things like that. I have this feeling.
Of his character, though,
I have this feeling. Yeah.
Yes.
I just have a feeling that when Genesis comes back, I don't know what it is. I want to be. Maybe I'm hopefully optimistic here. I think they nail it. I think everybody's going to love them. They're going to be like, yo, they did a good job with this. But I 100% agree with Robert in this situation, and it seems like we're all kind of unanimous, whereas we really don't want Genesis at the Nibelheim incident. There's just don't do it. So, but it does to answer your question, Tom Close, I just feel like, I feel like this was a deliberate thing to get Cloud out of the room to make room for what happens in Crisis Core, because Crisis Core did release recently, and that I guess we can't really ignore that being a thing. But so regardless if we see it again, it's just a nod to people who played Crisis Core, and it's like, hey, this is the moment. We're just not going to show it again in part 3.
So let me add something lighthearted here.
Okay.
You know how Genova is written at the top of the door?
Yes.
I just am envisioning that, President Shinra is having a conversation with Hojo and says, yes, I've sent Sephiroth to investigate that stupid reactor of yours that's got problems. And Hojo says, but you sent Sephiroth to the reactor in Nibelheim? Yeah, the one in Nibelheim.
Yeah.
Is there a problem?
Is there going to be a problem with that?
No. There's nothing written on the wall of the reactor that could be a problem here.
It'll be fine.
I'm just I'm gonna go make a bagel. I mean, it occurs to me like, wow, there's a internal problem that you wrote that in giant letters, and I'm just imagining Hojo afterward being like,
maybe Hojo wanted it. Maybe Hojo wanted it. Yeah,
wanted that.
Maybe you wanted it.
Now, was that the note that you were talking about from Ever Crisis that you wanted to bring up? Since she's referred to as Genova, his mother.
No, the Ever Crisis thing I have is more about this issue of. I'll hold back. When we get to when we get to Claudia's last line.
Oh, gotcha.
That to me is what screams Ever Crisis is the right way to interpret that, as well as some of the previous moments when Cloud and Claudia were talking. To me, there's a connection.
Okay.
Here's a fun question. I don't know if it's. Oh, I mean, I think it's fun. How would Genova's corruption of Sephiroth have been different if you didn't have the Nibelheim incident? I mean, we're at this point now that it's now going to unfold. Would things have played out the same way with how Sephiroth turned out in terms of Genova corruption in the end, or was the Nibelheim incident necessary for Sephiroth to go the way he did?
Fine Nibelheim incident. What are you starting at from the Nibelheim incident? We talk about when he's burning down or when he's in the basement. Because to me that the catalyst,
the reactor.
Yeah, so from the reactor itself.
That's what I would say, because that's when he sees Genova in the pods.
I'm making the more simplistic statement of let's pretend that Zack alone went to Nibelheim and sorted things out.
Yeah,
and
what happens to
just
Sephiroth?
Didn't get the mission. Would the Genova corruption been different? Would he have, if at all?
I don't know if it would have happened. If I'm
that's what I'm debating.
Yeah,
I think
I don't know.
Inevitable.
I mean, you could tell me it's integral. You could tell me it's not. I really don't know.
This is what I was saying earlier. So I guess now is the loop around point where I said I'll touch on this later.
Yeah.
my understanding of Genova kind of changed, I guess, a little bit, or maybe I just got a deeper understanding of it. Where did I write this? All right, I wrote it here. Genova, and this is just my interpretation of this, because I feel like we see something in this flashback as with the context of knowing that Cloud is actually Zack in this moment. Genova prays and weasels into the weak-willed, not confident, and confused. And this is when we start to... Because the reason I say that is because, when... I feel like Sephiroth gets corrupted after he is confronted with his origins. This moment is when he sees the monster, is when he starts to, in my eyes, he gets shaken up. He's now confused. He's like, this could have been me. Then he kind of spirals into madness by reading into all this lore and background info.
Yep.
And what's funny is that the corruption with Cloud occurs post-traumatic, events with, Zack, and when they get, he's already shot, he's fried. And we know, and I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but, Zack has Genova cells, and they're not wielded through him in my eyes, because he's never shaken. He's never confused, and he's always remained confident. Genova's this parasite that preys on your insecurity. Cloud reeks of insecurity, and Sephiroth develops insecurity in this moment. Yep. And this is why I think, to go onto your hypothetical, had Sephiroth never been confronted, I don't think he would have ever been corrupted. If he had never been confronted with his origins that planted this seed of doubt in him, and that's what manifests this greater monster inside of him. That's how I view it anyway.
So I need a question answered by you three gentlemen. Are you okay with me giving a spoiler from Ever Crisis?
Yeah,
I'm cool with it.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'll give the chat to the count of 5. I'm going to say stuff from Ever Crisis, and if you don't want it spoiled, mute yourself, and when I'm done talking about Ever Crisis, I will give jazz hands like crazy, and then you'll know I'm done talking. So everything you just said is 100% logical in the context of OG, Remake, Rebirth. Ever Crisis, I haven't played it because I saw that it was a gacha game, and I said to hell with this. But I
reasonable response.
Reasonable.
I do watch a Let's Play from Sector 6, which I advertise. Is a
he does
great
a good
YouTube
job.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't get the chance to watch it, unfortunately. So maybe my whole rant would have.
It's long.
I know where you're going with this.
So in Ever Crisis, they go through the earlier life of Sephiroth with genuinely new material. And they show that the Genova corruption is taking root way before this in fascinating ways. I do encourage it, that as much as I may speak ill of how Ever Crisis tries to have the OG game in a really crappy, terrible way that nobody should play, I actually like the writing in particular for how they represent early Sephiroth. It's very intriguing and creepy and scary in a great way. That they make it clear that Sephiroth has mental issues of seeing Genova way before this, and the corruption is beginning earlier than this. What I don't know is, would the corruption have played out the way it does in FF7, if not for Nibelheim? So, okay, I'm gonna now do. So, I'm not. Unless is there anything I should say more about Ever Crisis? Yeah.
Before you do jazz hands, I have a point I just want to make.
Please.
Would you interpret what I just said about how I feel that Genova manifests greater through, moments of insecurity, weakness, all that?
Yes.
Now, I don't know the lore of younger Sephiroth like that because I haven't indulged in Ever Crisis, but could that point still be strengthened by what we see of him?
Yes.
Like,
so
is
100%.
he displaying that is younger him displaying these signs of young insecurity? Because honestly, when I hear you say that, I would view this as, okay, so if he's having these fleeting moments here and there, Genova presents itself. But this is the moment where Genova sees, like, now I got you. Like, now I can come out.
Yes, asterisk. The asterisk is, and pardon me if I'm being, a bit trite here, but I think you said Genova preys on the weak-willed. I don't think that's quite right. I thought it's that Genova preys on you more when you're weak. The distinction being it's going to get you in the end no matter who you are.
Yeah.
Is what I'm... if that distinction matters.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say that, like, Sephiroth is weak-willed. Like, that's a bit of a... Because I don't think he was ever weak-willed. Like, when he has an idea, he sticks to it, whether it's malicious or, noble. Like, his will's always strong. So I guess, that might have been, like,
I think Ever Crisis...
misrepresentation of my point.
Yeah, but I was quibbling over small words.
Yeah. But I still think that, like, what I was talking about with, like, insecurity and, weakness...
Ever Crisis... Well, maybe not insecurity, but emotional vulnerability.
Yeah. Okay.
I would say Ever Crisis supports that heavily.
Okay.
And like in Ever Crisis,
my interpretation,
and like even we got XCOM 54 in chat saying like still makes sense in the context though because it shows that even back then Seth is confused. And remember how he has to kill a kid.
So should I do jazz hands or not yet?
I feel like I think we're fine. I feel like we're fine because like I appreciate that the spoiler warning, but I don't think we're diving into too much of a spoiler there.
Gotcha.
As basically we're just saying that Seth has been the corruption started early is what in Ever Crisis, and that it is definitely an interesting what if scenario what if the Nibelheim incident never happened type thing. But yeah, like I think Ever Crisis is kind of planting the seeds already, whereas Sephiroth is a very, and I'll say insecure. I'll say he's very lonely. Like I think they even make a good point about this, how Sephiroth is lonely and Sephiroth is upset when he can't save everyone. And I think that is so key to this remake trilogy Sephiroth. So whereas the Sephiroth in the OG, at least as far as where I got from it, or base level OG, this is Sephiroth who discovers he's a god and he wants to rule the world, and like that's the original. I think if I give kudos to remake, I think they are doing a great job with Sephiroth this time around, where I feel like we're humanizing him. We're telling you that Sephiroth is lonely. Sephiroth is the literal opposite of what the theme of Final Fantasy VII is. The theme of Final Fantasy VII is the cycle of life and death. It is, hey, death is a very integral part of the system. It is what needs to happen, whereas Sephiroth is saying, no, there will be a forever. Like, I'm going to make death not a thing anymore. Because Sephiroth doesn't like death. Like, he doesn't want that anymore. He's shaken by it. And I think he wants to save everyone. He couldn't save everyone. And I think I never played Ever Crisis. I've only been reading what, like every now and then I'll read like little posts about it and what's going on in it. But it seems like Ever Crisis is just driving that home even further of like, hey, this is a Sephiroth who cares. Like he wants to save everybody. He wants to be that hero, but he's also suffering loss. And his loss, what he's doing is he's going through it alone. And I think this is great as a villain of this game because everybody who suffers loss in our party has people, companions, bonds that bring them out of it. Even Cloud, who's people should desert Cloud. And then like the fact that we're like Barrett and everybody else, and Tifa, yeah, she's strong-willed on this because she knows Cloud, and this is not Cloud that she remembers. But it's everybody, and we're going to get this in part 3. Like, this is going to be a great moment in part 3 when Cloud hands that black materia over to Sephiroth. Like, that trust has got to be broken at some point. But he's got friends that are going to carry him out of that, people who care about him, whereas Sephiroth doesn't. Sephiroth does it alone, and we see what happens to people who go through loss alone. So anyways, I think Sephiroth is very vulnerable to a certain extent. And
I think he did have friends up until he.
Yeah.
Like it's
well, Genesis deserted. Yeah,
well, he cooped
They all
himself
died,
up.
so
yeah.
No, like okay, yeah. So like, sure, he loses Angela, loses like Jet, but like all that. So I'm just like he still had Zach. Like he still had him up until he basically cut him off. And I'm not gonna sit here and say that they were best friends.
True, yeah.
But like,
but he chooses to go through it alone, right?
Sephiroth was a friend of Zach's. I always got. I mean, this is subjective. Don't get me wrong, but I got the impression that Zach was more like, "Oh, you're the Padawan of my actual friend." Like I didn't personally get the impression.
Yeah. I kind of see both sides of this.
They could be friends, but like, what I was trying to say is that I just.
What if?
Yeah, it's a good what if, but I think that it's inevitable. It was inevitable. Genova is going to take control. I think Genova is just waiting to pry, waiting for that moment. I think Sephiroth's will is very strong, as we can, like, I think it was Jared in chat saying Sephiroth's will is strong enough to defy Genova, right?
Well, yeah, we learned that.
So and he can manifest. He can manifest beings on the from the spiritual realm because of his will.
I would respectfully push back that it's not a fact that Sephiroth's will has dominion over Genova. I would submit that the lore on who is controlling whom, or is it symbiotic, or is one conscious and one is more of a virus, I would submit that like that's a really great unanswered question of the original that I feel like you can. I mean, I feel like I've seen some pretty great videos. Again, I'll advertise Sector 6, trying to analyze. There are a lot of different good, reasonable ways you could say who is in charge of whom here. Anyway, I'm just saying, to me, it's not a fact of whatever the relationship is. I think it's open and still to be explored.
So that's why I think Remake Trilogy is different in a little bit. I mean, from the original game, my opinion, Sephiroth is 100% in control. This flashback is different because it's a flashback and it's the origins of what happens. I think in this one, like this remake Sephiroth is Sephiroth from beyond, like
okay,
like, this
which
is
Sephiroth, I guess we're getting
into. I'm just gonna go. I'm 100% with the theory that this is a Sephiroth that has experienced the entire timeline. This is Sephiroth who has experienced Advent Children. He's gone back, and now he's so 100% in control, and he's got this master plan in mind. Every Sephiroth that we see is being influenced by Sephiroth now, rather than like I think they're working together.
One true Sephiroth.
He's probably using Genova's abilities, the mimetic abilities, and all that other stuff. He's fully harnessed the power that he's capable of. That's my opinion. But we're gonna.
Oh, sorry.
Bring it back.
We can move on.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah. No. I mean, if you have one more thing to say, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like thinking about like who has dominion over who or whatever. Like, not that. It's like at the end of the day, that was kind of the point I'm getting at. Is like you can make the point that like sure, like maybe Sephiroth is wielding Genova in a way that like Genova wouldn't think to do on its own. Like it's just like, to me, I almost view it as like, I mean, at the end of the day, I think their motives more or less align. So it's like, now did Sephiroth have the will to kind of surpass corruption or something? Like, sure, but like I don't know like how we want to view that. So I was gonna say, I think if you recontextualize and look back at it with the larger lens, it's like at the end of the day, I think they're kind of on the same page. Maybe would go about it differently or have different reasons as to why. I mean,
they're working together probably. I mean, he still calls her mother. He still loves Genova.
He still reveres her.
Yeah, still. Yeah, he wants to fulfill Genova's goal. I want to shout this out. It's a little fun little nod, actually. So it's something I pointed out when Sephiroth goes, "Not like this, not like this." Come on, y'all! Like, did anybody else get that Matrix reference? I thought that was great. A great nod to Matrix, and like Final Fantasy being known for these like pop culture references, even like always quoting Star Wars. I've got a bad feeling about this. Always doing that. And even Cloud walks into this reactor going, how come I suddenly have a bad feeling about this? It's another pop culture reference. But I love that he goes, not like this. And that's got to be intentional. Come on. That's a
funny.
Not like this. So yeah, I kind of had to throw that in there. And also it's funny because the original Final Fantasy VII could not reference the Matrix because it came out only like 2 or 3 years before Matrix did. What a time to be alive, y'all. What a
Dude,
time.
I can't look at that stupid Valve any differently. Now I'm thinking about
stupid
Genesis just ramble. Goddamn. Yeah, and, dude, Genesis is behind one of these pods, and he's like, "You don't know cheater."
There's not enough time fairly. Like, my gosh,
What
that
did-
took a blade. You know?
Yeah, I actually did before the show. I knew this, obviously I knew the question was coming from Tom Close, but I was like, let me go see what's up. And I went to Crisis Core and I found the scene when Genesis appears to talk to Sephiroth. I was like, wonder what the timestamp is. I wonder if it matches up. It does not match up. Genesis talks for a whole lot longer. He talks for like four minutes.
The remake has changed. Like, the remake series has changed. Maybe
things.
we're just gonna get Spark Notes Genesis.
Yeah, Genesis comes in and goes, "Hey, I'm not going to do any quotes. I just want to let you know that you are created. Goodbye." And it's just, I've done my thing. Anyway, you're a monster. I'm out. But
You're a monster. I'm out.
yeah, I'm out.
Catch
Think
you
about
later.
that, huh? Think about that. Just walk away.
That's funny.
Why don't you think about that? Maybe you're just like these things, huh? I want that Genesis. I want that Genesis where he just pops in real quick, says what he has to say, and goes.
Genesis.
Yeah. Why don't you think about that, huh? So, this scene was amazing. This scene was great. I think they did such a great job with the retelling of this. Sephiroth losing his mind a little bit here, the realizations, the revelations here. This was cool, man. This was so good. And also, fun fact, Hamaguchi said this is the moments he's most proudest of in Chapter 1. He's very, very proud of this retelling of it. They think they did a great job, and I think I have to agree. Not like this. So we're going to move on to... Do you guys have anything to say about this very important moment here? Or
I
other
think it
than...
speaks for itself.
Yeah, it's so good, man. So good.
But somebody has something to say?
I mean, I guess I don't know where we're truncating. I have commentary on the mansion scene. Nothing here directly.
Yeah, I got something. I have an opinion on the minutes.
Okay, yeah, I don't have anything before. Once we start talking about the mansion,
I have an opinion.
Fine, before that point, I got nothing.
I have an opinion. That's the best. I have an opinion on this.
Wait, really? I didn't meet with an opinion? Only like what? Several hours in? My first opinion, actually. I don't know. Just
What's your opinion?
I will say, I think that scene really speaks for itself.
Yeah.
And no, I mean, just it's interesting seeing him, like kind of getting swamped with a bunch of exposition and lore he's kind of got to catch up with. But I don't know. I don't really think I have any insightful commentary on that. I think it's just a good scene. It speaks for itself. You kind of what you see is what you get, and you take away
Doesn't
from it.
insist upon itself.
Yeah, no, it does not. That one does not insist upon itself.
we got the town folk. They're all really super concerned about Sephiroth. He was seen looking unwell walking towards the mansion. So they're like, "Hey, man, if he's sick, we should bring him some medicine, man."
When I played this, I was walking next to the guy in the front.
Yeah.
And I just thought it was really funny because I was live streaming my friend. I'm like, I just think it's funny. I just walked right out of the inn and I'm just chilling with these guys have no issue with
They're
me
like,
just
dude,
eavesdropping, running with them.
We don't care about this guy. We care about Sephiroth. Yeah. Who cares about this other soldier?
All right, my opinion now.
Opinions.
I absolutely hate that they made this an elevator.
1,000%. We all hate the manor design.
Yeah.
I'm just going to assume that.
Now, this is when I was saying earlier that when we were talking about actually the dragon and Sephiroth and like technical limitations and stuff and technical differences. I don't even want to call this a limitation. Artistically, I absolutely loved the visual of the spiral stairs and as we were descending into like Sephiroth's madness.
Spiraling into madness.
Yeah. And it's fascinating. And I remember going into this when we were getting up to this point, and I think I was talking to my girlfriend or whatever, because I told you this story, Daniel. When I played the original, like my girlfriend was just like, asleep on the couch. Shout out to my girlfriend, by the way.
Yeah, shout out. Hey, yeah.
So,
Shout out to Jackie.
If you're watching, she's probably asleep right now.
You guys talk for a long time. Man. It's 3 hours. I can't keep up with this.
But she was with. This is actually my favorite moment of the original game playthrough, which is why I think I love the Nibelheim flashback so highly. When I was playing, I was sitting on the couch. She was like asleep next to me, just kind of like curled up as 5'2" girlfriends do in their little ball on the couch. And she was just kind of curled up. I think her head was resting on my lap. And then this part comes up.
Yeah.
The music changes, and I just remember I was so enthralled watching this, captivated. And then I look down as the scene's kind of and her eyes are open. She's just watching. And I just I'm like, this is one of the greatest things that I've actually witnessed in a game, period. And it was so funny because normally she she cares about my interest, but normally she just doesn't give that much of a shit about what's going on the screen that I'm playing or whatever. Yeah. But even somebody who, and I'm several hours in at this point, and up until this point, she was absolutely roasting the character models, saying this game kind of looked like dog shit. And it was just, but no, for real, she was so captivated herself in that moment, and I was like, damn. I was like, this isn't just a me thing, this is just the moment thing, and it was so cool. And that moment starts with, I think, the spiral staircase. So it was funny because I was going into this and I was like, even if they kept the staircase, right, it wouldn't have the same impact. There's no way, in my opinion, that you would, because it's the fixed camera, in my opinion, at the end of the day. You could go down the stairs, but with the 3D over the shoulder, you're not conveying that same sense of eerie descent that you get when you're watching him larger going smaller
100%. Like we saw the spiral into madness.
It's one of those things where I looked at and I'm like, this is just one of those things that the original it's just gonna hold over, and it's not even I don't even view it as because of a technical limitation. It's just an artistic difference.
Quote, we did actually try to make the spiral staircase and incorporate it into the game, recalls Hamaguchi-san. Quote, the problem was that it just didn't feel right. When we tried to do it, the realistic scale of the building, it became very steep and very narrow. When you tried to go down, the camera flew everywhere. It just felt really odd. We tried a few things out, but ultimately thought that if we were going to go with realistic proportions, it just doesn't work. And that's why we had ultimately made the decision to switch to using an elevator, end quote. That I just don't agree. So XCOM says yes, it's interesting to have a spiral stair in the Temple of Ancients, but they opt out here. Go ahead, Excalibur.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to give you a little bit of insight, validate the devs a little bit here, right?
Gotcha.
So
game dev right here.
So in Unreal 4, it's not difficult to transition between a fixed camera point and back to a controllable camera, but smooth transitions are difficult. So if the player moves too far while the camera's fixed, transitioning back feels awkward. The camera either has to gradually catch up or it snaps back. So there's kind of this weird moment where it's gonna break. You also have player input during transitions can make it even more challenging. When switching to a fixed camera inside a tight space specifically causes all kinds of collision problems and just unwanted and unpredictable behavior with the camera will try to zoom too close. It could be actually kind of tricky. So I get what they're saying, but I don't like that answer.
I don't think that's the essential. To me, that's not the most essential point. I mean, it's relevant. I get it. I agree that it's good. To me, the two most important elements that make the original better, in my opinion, this is the number one area where I would say that I don't think Rebirth. I think Rebirth dropped the ball a bit, and I think OG's better. Is that one? The pacing was so much slower in a good way. The pacing of the scene of Sephiroth reading the books just dragged on. It had slow transitions of Sephiroth kind of appearing and disappearing in different parts of the library. The slow crawl of the text. That's half of it. And then to me, the other half is the music. The music alternates between two pieces. It begins with, in the original soundtrack, it was called On That Day 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a very slow, ponderous, ominous piece. It's not fear. It's not Jaws. It's not dun 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 dun. It's very slow building anxiety and fear. The music in the original sells it. The slow text crawl. You got a feeling of Sephiroth was in that library for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a very sudden transition that then the music goes to what on the original soundtrack is called Those Chosen by the Planet. Bum.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to point in real quick. It's the leitmotif version. It's not when it does the drop. It's like an extension of like the first like 10 seconds of it up until the out of my way, I'm going to see my mother. That's when the actual drop. So you're dealing with that very slow, just ominous bum.
Yes. And
for several minutes.
And to me, the artistic superiority is it's the pacing in the original is better. It's slower. And I think that's what I think that the stairs are a subset of this, don't get me wrong. That I think it's good that just, quite frankly, it's split over 2 times that you go down the staircase and whatnot. There's a greater sense of time, and that dread and that growing thing, it's framing it to be bigger. Mm-hmm. To me, this is not as good because of that. And I think another embodiment is that in the original, when you come in the second time, Sephiroth is giving maniacal laughter. Yeah. Then Sephiroth says, "Who is it?" And then without you answering, he says, "Traitor." So at that point, he's already gone flipping crazy. Yeah. In that time period. It happened gradually over then. As opposed to here, his opening words were something like, "Ah, Cloud, I've come to the most interesting passage." Then he reads it. At this point, he seems still just sane. And then he reads the passage and then flip switch. Now I'm crazy, crazy galore. And to me, that's the pacing problem again. Here, it was a flip of a switch and he went crazy, as opposed to a slow delving madness that grew like the staircase.
I could see both sides. You could also just see it kind of as he's kind of lulling him in, he's just like, "Oh, I came to the most," instead of just outright being aggressive. He's just like, it's like a slow reveal of aggression. He's probably already snapped, but he's just, I don't know why you would depict it differently.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. He already is. He's just like, oh, because one thing we kind of see at this point is that, Sephiroth isn't afraid to kind of toy with his prey, so to speak. He will just kind of fucking toy with you, and I'm not saying that he's totally malicious. He's just dude, there's a part later, and I have in the notes, why didn't they shoot when the 4 guys are just standing around the gun.
Oh, no.
Every time.
But before we get to that point, it's just, I had to joke to my friend who I was streaming to. I'm like, maybe they were just all thinking he would surrender because they didn't actually have the guns loaded. But anyway, just hold firm, man. No, but he stands there with all these guns pointed at him, and he just takes his time taking them all out. So he's not adverse to. He's got a flair for dramatics. Yeah. Is the point I'm getting at. It's probably that Genesis influence, and the point is that
I'm sad to say this, but I think this is where this chapter kind of falls off for me a little bit, and it's one of the most iconic moments in the original game. Whereas it wasn't bad by any stretch of the imagination. It's not bad. I wouldn't say, but the fact that like I think this part is fine. Like I know that you, Rob, I know you had some pacing issues, and that's justified. I think they do a decent job of showing the books kind of like appearing, showing like, oh, he's gone through a lot of books. Even though Sephiroth is still, they had an artistic choice to keep Sephiroth moving as if just reading one book, but the books kind of pile up, rather than having him like disappear across the like reading different books. So I get that you come back to him. And he's like, I come across this fascinating passage, and this is where he realizes it and everything. I think, personally, this is fine. But where it falls off for me, because this is good. We're really getting him kind of realizing the revelations here. And then they have this really sweet shot of the shadow behind him. And I just think that is so good. We're also calling back to that. That's the reason why I pointed it out at the beginning, where that shadow reflecting on the wall. We get the shadow reflecting on the wall here, the parallel of the monsters that are created in this by Jenova and Shinra. But like right here, we'll see it. He created you, and then this shadow on the wall. Look, now he's starting to lose it.
Right. So this is what I mean. To me, it seems like it's in a moment. Because
well, he definitely when Cloud walked in. And he was like, I come across a fascinating passage where, like, he's already I feel like he's already gone.
I feel like he already lost it, but I could see both sides to it.
Yeah.
I think he was just kind of not toying, but like...
Let me just say this real quick. Is what he's like, let me just tell you something. It
almost seems to me, and maybe I'm giving him a little too much credit here, it almost seems to me like he's trying to see if Cloud could almost level with him.
This is a moment.
Gone, but it's like, I came across something interesting, and it's like, is he gonna find this interesting for the same reason I find this? Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's like, instead of just outright putting him on the offense, it's like, oh, like, you're a traitor. Instead, he's like, look what you're a part of.
Pay attention to this.
Pay attention to this. Ready to pause on right here.
You got in this? Okay, what are you going to go ahead and say it for me, Excalibur? I want to hear your voice.
So you're about to see Jenova overlay right here instead of Sephiroth, and I think that right there is cluing you in that he's already gone. Like Jenova's got him.
Okay, good. Because
we all agree by now he's gone. Sure.
No. All right, I'm glad that you said that because I actually have something different to bring to this table. To where it's like we are seeing Sephiroth, we are seeing Jenova taking over. His eyes dilate, his pupils dilate. He's freaking seeing Jenova. I think FF7 music points this out where it's like, you can hear the chants of Jenova by the choir in the background. Jenova is here. But there's a brief moment, and I'll turn the volume on for the audience here. Right here, he cries.
Oh, I wish I could hear this.
He's crying. There's a moment. So, and if I had If I had my PC version of this game uploaded where it wouldn't just straight up crash Streamlabs, I'd bring it up. But you can break the camera free and look around and see what his face looks like. And he's definitely sad. So he's going like he's doing that. Like there's a smidgen, just a smidgen of humanity still left in him at this point, to where he's like he's emotional. Right there. But that quickly stops here in a second. He stopped. Now he's laughing a little bit. Now and now look at this freaking shadow on the wall.
I should go.
He's accepted it.
Waiting.
And now he's accepted.
There it is. There was the Jenova shot right there.
Yep. And now we got the music playing.
Hey, hold on.
Those chosen by the planet.
Whoa! Okay, can I ask a question here? Because I haven't played the original segment in a while, but he pushes it like in the original. It's like, which I'm gonna say I prefer the original quote. Like out of my way, I'm going to see my Cloud doesn't get knocked out in this.
No, there's nothing.
Original.
Well, he throws a materia at him, right?
By him. No, that's later.
That's later on.
In the materia's later. Nibelheim. Okay. In the Nibelheim flashback, Cloud still stays in the library section near the desk, and Sephiroth
he walks away
past you, and then just walks up the stairs, and you chase after. There is no violence between Cloud.
What about in Crisis Core? Doesn't Zack get knocked out? Like, there's some reason why Zack was. I can't remember.
But point I was going to say is that this is a positive change because
I like it.
I always thought it was weird in the original that he says, "Out of my way, I'm going to see my mother," and then he's ahead. Cloud chases after him, and the village is already like.
Oh yeah. Give it a second.
That's Fire 3.
This
It's a
makes
Fire
way
3 in
more
all
sense.
materia.
Then again, this is just Cloud making up a story, right?
No, I know, but
like he's just like.
I still think that this is probably how it I still think it makes sense that it went down like this, where Zach, whoever, like he's out cold. Like he has there's no way that he couldn't have gone unconscious, even if it wasn't for long. I forget what he says. Like he even says, I think, to the rest of the party in a few minutes, like in a moment after he gets knocked out, he says, like, after I awoke, I ran outside and I saw the. Yeah. And it just, to me, it's like, I don't care how long it is that he's out. It just makes sense to me
just
that,
key thing to note here, when he touches his hand and he gets thrown across, I mean, Genova rewriting memories. Like, because of the mind glitch there. So if that means anything. But
wait. Is he about to say it to them? Because he, like, fades out here, I'm pretty sure. And then,
we don't get that beautiful moment that, right, like it just he fades out and walks away, as opposed to that powerful moment.
One couldn't have come too soon.
I'm going to see my mother.
Watch
music change.
I know
we missed that entirely.
That is the single greatest use of music. I know that's crazy because everybody loves Aerith's theme. I actually prefer Those Chosen by the Planet as Sephiroth's. I know that One Winged Angel's great. I'm not saying that, but because I feel like Those Chosen by the Planet's more of like a leitmotif because it follows him throughout the game.
I'm with you 100%.
I think that is the greatest use of music in the original 7. And again, it has largely to do with the fact that it's built up with the repeating of the build-up of the song before it drops. And then when it drops right as he says that, you're like, oh no. Like, that it went bad. Like, that now we are entering a whole new realm of danger and whatnot. So I agree with you, Rob. Like that, great. I did this as well.
Mr. Bigglesworth says that, by the way, you can stack up random furniture in this hallway before the cutscene starts, and when Sephiroth tosses Cloud, physics-based hilarity ensues. I have to try that now.
You wait, I think there's a clip. I don't know if you want to bother, but I saw a clip of it on YouTube. I know it exists.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna get that. I'll get that. That's gonna be hilarious. So this was actually very intentional in an interview. I don't know if I copied that interview, or let's see. Doesn't look like it, but Hamaguchi was talking about this moment where he wanted the player to be in control of this flashback, or this Nibelheim incident of the fires. He wanted the player to feel the sense of dread and the sense of like helplessness as Cloud is limping his way through. Question for the panel. Did that work for you? Nope. Unfortunately, it's too slow.
I think it might have worked if not for the fact that just the whole militia stupid scene just so took me out of it.
No, actually,
if you didn't have that, maybe it would have worked fine for me. But
I liked it. I thought it worked well enough. I think it's just funny because sometimes this game thinks that I'm dumber than I actually am. So like when the blue box shows like where I need to crawl, like I think it would have been nice if I had to actually explore the damage without a bit of a handhold. But I actually do like this because it feels a bit more intimate. I feel more of like the panic that kind of comes with this, especially since you're a limping Cloud and whatnot. But I agree. I feel like part of the tension goes out the window when you're watching all these men really, really drop the ball by just not acting. I mean, dude, like even when I was streaming to my friend, I was saying this before, shout out to Nick. I don't know if you're in the stream right now, but if you are, thanks for being here. But I said to him, like, we were talking about that, and I just made a joke. I'm like, yeah, maybe they didn't have time to load the gun, so they were just aiming. But they couldn't have done something like even like, like have them shoot. Sephiroth like does that, hits that guy before he can shoot. Somebody tries to hit. You could have literally. There would have been more dynamicness. I get that it's creepy that he's standing there, but it's almost an insult to my intelligence. Like none of these. There are 4 guys. standing there. Not one thought to listen. Even if my joke had some truth to it, it's like
too far ahead here because we got to go to the Claudia quote.
Oh yeah, you're right. So I just wanted to show that since we were talking, because it feels like this is the moment that really kind of derails momentum. And it seems weird, so I totally understand the fact that we want to jump right to this scene, because that does make sense to me, because it's like, man, they had something special here. I
crawling
personally
was fine. It's just how they were acting. I have no issue with the gameplay. I have an issue with the presentation just at that part. Everything worked for me here.
I have an issue with the gameplay of Cloud.
I do too.
Yeah, Cloud limping.
I'm gonna say from a gameplay standpoint, so there's two speeds that he walks at. There's this first super slow limp thing that he does, and then toward the end, he's still limping. It's more animated. It's twice as fast.
Yes,
they should have used that.
They should have
either the whole way, or you just limp the first 20 steps super slow, and then you go to that other speed. That would have worked. That would have fixed it.
Yeah, I even have that in my notes too. A few more animations would have served this moment tremendously. Like where we're like, if you think about, man, I know we have to like, and maybe we shouldn't have to, but we think about it's like, okay, it's Final Fantasy, it's an RPG. Like we can step back and like forgive it for certain things. But when you got like a game and you think about like, oh man, but Naughty Dog would have done this. Like, you know, Naughty Dog would have had like 500 different animations if you got like whatever. Maybe like something's knocking you over. You would you'd feel a little more immersed. But Cloud doing this weird little limp thing that took so long.
Yeah.
It broke the moment for me.
It broke it for me, man.
You're right.
So then we get to this is that moment where you say like, hey, he's walking differently because he's walking towards his house. Big shout out once again. A lot of people wrote in the survey, and good for them to notice. So where you have the security officer down here, or not the trooper down here, posed.
Hey, there's a shout out to Mo Gallagher.
Yeah, Mo Gallagher. He pointed that out. That's
no,
awesome.
I'm saying the trooper gives a shout out to Mo Gallagher.
Oh, does he?
Mo.
Oh,
shout out to Mo Gallagher. That's the right interpretation.
Is Mo? You're in there. I know it.
Mo Gallagher makes this joke himself that he's like, "Oh, I appreciate Square Enix giving a shout out to me in this video." He has it in one of his videos, which I loved ever since. Because I kind of hate that the Shinder Trooper says this. It's too on the nose.
Yeah.
It's if the goal is to in any way keep it a mystery about who that trooper is, you're kind of, to me, it's just, I don't think it takes a genius to figure out.
But it's so good because
I personally hate it.
What does he say exactly?
Just he says
mother. He's trying to say mom. He's trying to say mom.
Right. Okay.
I don't like that personally. I think it's just too on the nose.
I mean, I think I feel like it's. Yeah, I don't know, I really liked it. I guess what I'm trying to say is I liked it. Yeah.
I think it's just honestly one of those things where just the presentation sort of faults here, only because we're getting NPC dialogue displayed to us on the left side. If it was something that you only could pick up by hearing, where you didn't have it right in front of you, you would probably, because then it's like a blink and you miss it type thing, where if you're just not fixated on what they're saying. But this is displayed to you in a way where you're like, and you know what? I have some other friends who know absolutely nothing. Okay. Maybe I'll stream this chapter to them, or have them over and then just see and be like, "Did you take away anything from that?"
I would be interested.
I guarantee you, the thing they take away from it is like, why didn't they shoot? Like that's gonna be the thing, man. Like it's like
that pisses me off. And there's okay. I like the crawling part. I think it kind of displayed the hopelessness, the terror of the situation. The thing is that it's weirdly timed because he has to crawl and then it feels like he takes out a guy, like he makes the next just have more guys show up.
Sometimes,
like, okay, so you take up the first 4 and then, like have more guys just run in, like have a guy come in with like a board and try to hit him or something. Look.
Yeah.
Would I be terrified? Sure, but like, dude, if this homie was attacking
my first guy goes down.
I'm swinging, okay, and I'm not convinced that most of these guys in this backwater ass town, they're swinging, okay, like
once he slices the first guy, bam, shoot,
like,
I'm shooting. That's almost going to be like a like I'm
dude,
just pulling my trigger for no reason.
Just
Like
watched. I mean, I know shock's
I'm not even
the thing.
thinking
I'm
about
not
it.
trying to like. I'm
Yes.
not trying to dispute the fact that like people can't be. But
we're
like,
talking about the
I'm not
mayor.
gonna-
This guy's seen
Dude,
action.
I'm not. Dude, 4 guys all simultaneously in shock, and nobody else coming to do so. I'm just like that would have been a fun like for the last guy, like have him kill the first 2 guys that are attacking, and have like a trembling. Something. I think that they could have done more, and it wouldn't have been. It's not one of those things where like we need to even like dream too much about like the change. Like it really was not that hard, I think, to implement more going on there.
I mean, if they can have Cloud blocking bullets and dodging bullets with his head when he's impersonating Sephiroth, then why can't Sephiroth do that in the opening?
Yeah,
Like,
wouldn't have been cool if they had like lever action go like pow, and they take the shot and Sephiroth just boom and just like. Get out of here, like just deflecting him or something. Just take a shot or all I care, or just have him slice the first guy, slice the second guy, boom, 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 leave the mayor and he is in shock. Like just leave him like he can't pull.
I'd buy that.
Yeah, but like the fact that there's 4 men who are trying to protect this village. And like
it's just it rubbed me the wrong way, and like it just again it kind of felt like an insult to my intelligence because like I'm processing this scene and I'm like there's no way that they are all.
It's a shame.
It is because it's such a great moment, and it's just one of those things that a little bit of animation and a little bit more thought. I think that they did it because they wanted to emphasize the point that. Like, these men are almost like in awe and in shock of this guy that they were just so I mean, dude, they were practically like, ringing in bells and like we were saying before, serving Neeble hoagies to these guys.
Right.
Like they were, like I get that there's a level of like, holy shit, what are we dealing with right now? But at the same time, you could have conveyed that, like have all of them be like, surrender! And just like, they could have a moment where they don't shoot, but you're going to tell me that nobody thought to do something after he clearly was not surrendering. Then you have the guy shoot. He hits him with the sword. Does whatever. It just seems so weird to me how long the pause was there, especially during a point where you're interacting. Because now it's like I'm engaged. I'm as engaged as you can possibly be in this scene, and I'm focused on what's going on. And it just like. It takes away, at least for me, that was honestly the biggest downer. The mom thing that we were talking about with Trooper Cloud, I could understand both sides to it. I think it's a cool nod, and I don't know, because I think we're all way too in deep as far as like Final Fantasy lore is concerned. So it's like coming from like a totally fresh perspective, like you played Remake, now you're here, or even if you just came straight into here, I don't know if that's going to be something that you pick up on initially. Like it seems so obvious to us because you're dealing with an almost 30-year-old piece of lore that and for me it's only been 3 years of really thinking about this, and for you guys it's been a lifetime, I presume. Like it's just one of these things where like we might be looking at it with the lens of like, oh yeah, like that seems way too on the nose, it's too obvious, but like why would we suspect that he is not, like, why would we suspect that he's that guy?
Yeah.
At this point.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think as far as presentation goes, though, I have to say that I really, really like the camera work here. I really, really like how they have Cloud, get blown backwards and fall literally in the same spot. And then the glitch happens, and like, it is pretty genius on how they do this. I do agree that this shouldn't have been a text thing that pops up. It should have been just for those keen listeners, but
it's just how the game
then he says mom, like even Cloud goes mom. This is cool because we get blown back, and look, we're falling right in the same spot where that trooper was.
Yeah. That is pretty cool.
Very, very cool there. And now we're getting that scene that we saw in Remake. This is cool. I love that we're getting callbacks to Remake. I know this sounds weird to say because it's a trilogy, but like, I love the fact that I'm living this trilogy, right? Where usually maybe you go back and you watch a trilogy and then you're just like, oh yeah, it's really cohesive, and you don't really realize all the callbacks. But I don't know. I'm living this trilogy where it's like you play Remake, you wait 2.5 years or 3 years, how long it took. And then boom. Now we're getting callbacks to those. Are like, hey, listen, man, run away, Cloud. And we're seeing the same scene in Remake when you see Sephiroth in that alley of Chapter 2 of Remake. And he's reaching out, run away, Cloud. And this is Claudia saying it. Now, if it wasn't for the freaking Ultimanias, which should not exist, I'm so against them when they come out before they come out in Japan and they never come to America. We don't have the information. If it wasn't for the Ultimania, this would have been a really cool moment. The Ultimania spoiled this way before. Like the remake Ultimania said that it's Cloud's mother's last words, and I was like, oh, cool. Well, the game didn't say anything about that, so the fact that it's in Rebirth is like, okay, now we've confirmed that it is Claudia's last words. But yes.
Well, do we? I guess I'm going to push back. I don't think we do. No, I think that is what we know. Maybe that was clear in the Japanese version of Remake, but the fact that these words are exactly the same in my mind begs some real questions. Either A, the mental vision of Sephiroth that haunts Cloud in Chapter 2 of Remake, who says the exact same lines. Is Cloud just psychologically messed up and he's conflating Sephiroth with his mother's words? I find that one a little hard to believe. I mean, I feel like if you told me that Cloud was conflating Genova with his mother, I would see that, but not as much Sephiroth. So
valid
is it so you could say, is it Sephiroth? Is Cloud's memory of his mother being conflated with his hallucination of Sephiroth? Because that's like it's clear that is not a real Sephiroth in any sense. In Chapter 2 Remake.
I like what you're going with that. I would almost be like, oh, dude, that's actually really cool. But the fact that like the Ultimania kind of ruined it for me, to where it's like I think the Ultimania just confirms like that it is. I don't know for some reason.
Bear with me.
Yeah,
bear with me. I'm going to go back to, I don't know if this really happened. You could get me to believe that this is a false Genova memory. Now, there was some color changes a minute ago that you could either argue as the gas expelling from the house, or you could argue that was a Cloud headache moment. I'm not going to argue optical effects because I don't like arguing optical effects in games as being indicative of things unless it's really clear cut. That I feel like, like is that right there you could argue to me that that's the headache thing, and so therefore, arguably, did Claudia not say this? And therefore, this is now all just Genova corruption, and so the reason Sephiroth said this in Chapter 2 of Remake is because in Cloud's head, Genova has poisoned him into thinking that this was his mother's last words. And part of the reason I go for this is that, okay, Ever Crisis spoiler. 3, 2, 1, Ever Crisis spoiler. In Ever Crisis, Genova, in a creepy ass way, constantly reappears in younger Sephiroth's head as his mother. Like he pictures, oh, here's my mother. It's this woman right here in front of me. And I'm not going to say more because I don't want to spoil everything, but he starts having regular delusions that his mother is alive and it's a woman and her name is Genova. And he starts imagining these longer and longer and more elaborate sequences of when he, oh, I'm with Mother right now. Mother brings me pumpkin soup. Mother makes me pumpkin soup every day. And I encourage people to watch it. It's amazing.
Yeah, I got to.
I feel like it's seeing all that's occurring to young Sephiroth with Genova corruption, specifically on the maternal aspect, makes me start to wonder, for all of this stuff here, is this the general mechanism by which Genova corrupts? Is a mother image is a very strong choice that it uses. So it makes me question, did Cloud see his mother at all in Nibelheim? And if she did, what did she really say? And another reason I say that is that in one of the many Tifa lines, where she's like, oh, what did you say? I'm making it more sardonic than she did. But in particular, Tifa has a line about, so Cloud says, like, I went to my mother's house, and Tifa says something like, oh, you did, go on. I mean, it wasn't that on the nose, but Tifa seemed really skeptical at the idea that he went to see his mother. So I'm not saying I know one way or the other, as much as, to me, there's a question raised.
Yeah.
The Tifa point I could just say though is that wouldn't she just be skeptical? Period, because as far as she knows, he
Totally
was
fair.
never there.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I
100%
mean? Like
fair.
she just might be interested in probing because that's an aspect of the story that she would have no details of. So to try and like probe more information,
Jazz hands, no more.
Yeah, jazz heads. You can. Ever Crisis is gone.
Subtext says Ever Crisis is breaking our guy here. He's getting broke by Ever Crisis. No, I would say that all of that. I think he did see his mom, because if he didn't, I like the idea that he does see his mom, because I like the idea that he, you know, I just like the idea when we get the truth, when we get the real sequence. I want him to be like, I want him to be trying to save his mom, and then his mom saying, "Run away, Cloud." Like I want that again. I want it one more time, but this time from Cloud's perspective of like trying to save his mom before the house explodes or whatever happens. Maybe Sephiroth comes through and throws a fireball at it. I don't know, but like I would love to see
Drive-by.
And I would love to see. I mean, I know this seems really like brutal. Why do I want to see it? But like, I would love to see that. Like her telling Cloud to run away, Cloud, you have to live. Boom, the house or whatever happens, but then Sephiroth coming and just stabbing her flesh, yielding to cold steel. Just her flesh yielding to cold steel. Like he's telling her. Or telling Cloud in Remake that I killed her right in front of your eyes, and I was that would be crazy for Cloud to see that. Anyways, I think he had to have seen his mom. My opinion. I do want to get.
Why does he hallucinate Sephiroth saying those words?
I think Sephiroth is toying with him. I think Sephiroth.
I think this is an example of Sephiroth.
He just wants to.
Kind of. I mean, you know, it's something that, you know, throughout the course of the story.
Yeah.
Anything that can be used to kind of break Cloud down. It seems like if there's ammunition to use, it's not like it's off the table to load
he wants
and fire.
to do it. Yeah.
But in Chapter 2, that's not Sephiroth doing that. I believe the Ultimania states that's just a hallucination of Sephiroth in Cloud's head. That's not like
Sephiroth's still in control.
Future Sephiroth.
Can we have a static? Can we get a confirmation on static in that moment?
I don't want to go too deep into this anymore, but like I'm can we get some static? I don't want to go into, because I know this is all proven. I know this is all proven stuff. So like I don't want to go into it too much, but like we're at least proven by Ultimania. Whereas Ultimania does go through every single Sephiroth, does go through what the intentions are. I believe it is that Sephiroth is in control of all forms of the Sephiroth that you see. The one true Sephiroth is in control of everything. So if he appears as a hallucination, it's still Sephiroth talking to Cloud and toying with him. So I do think that he's just trying to get inside Cloud. He wants Cloud to be. He wants that hatred. He wants that despair, because that's good stuff for him. Now the scene goes on. The scene goes on to where we have this awesome. I love that we're not holding back too much. I was very concerned when we got into remake territory, when we got the black smoke rather than blood, and I'm like, come on, man. I know we're trying to keep a teen rating, but I'm glad we're not holding back in this scene. I'm glad we're seeing blood. I'm glad we're seeing that stab through the chest here, and then he comes over and just ruthlessly kills this guy on the just without a boom. Just as if he's poking the
I kind of like that too. I think it shows this like cold, like, you know, like that was almost like
cold-blooded, man.
It was. What's funny is about that scene is that, like, it's so like unnecessary in a weird way. It's like you could almost say it was more merciful, but he also just did it in such a cold, callous way that it was just like, no, there's no mercy here. Just, you know, like
just boom. And here we go. He gets rid of the first guy, and we're I don't want to freaking dwell on this
It
too
just
long,
could've
but this
been
is
more.
come
I
on.
think we all
We can
agree
move on.
there
There's
could
nothing
have
more
been
to say.
more. I think if it was just the mayor, the mayor's a great example of this. Just like if one guy was not shooting and the rest, you didn't even have to give all 4 of them guns.
Yeah.
The point is like if the mayor and one other guy had a gun and the one guy tries to shoot and it fails, maybe Sephiroth cuts the damn gun in half by the barrel.
Yeah. So just
Make
that
the mayor the only one who's just not shooting,
disarm them.
trembling in fear. Yeah,
Right.
It's just
Disarm.
you could have other guys just. Like one guy's ready to throw hands. One guy has like a board. There's
Yeah.
a number of ways you could have approached this. But again, and I know it's like the 3rd time I say this. It
I
just
know.
really felt like an insult to my intelligence. You gave 4 guys firearms and not a single one could pull the trigger.
Yeah.
Why?
So-
like, it just kind of veers way too much into ridiculous. And I hate to say because
Yeah.
it's the one thing in this thing where I'm like, I could excuse some other things that I didn't gel with. This one
This
just
is it.
is kind of overboard. Like, it's just stupid. I
It
don't want to be
didn't
too
work.
critical. But
No,
it
no,
just
I
did not work.
agree. I want to ask Snoozy Sam in chat. You said this moment is iconic in both the OG and remake. I feel like the panel here is unanimous that this is not good. Like, this did not work. But did it work for you? I want to know. Like, are we? I want to make sure that there's somebody out there who gets their opinion heard. That like
devil's
actually,
advocate, maybe
Yeah.
he induced enough fear into all 4 men, and maybe that's what they were trying to convey.
I just can't.
just
I
don't think
can't
it
see
worked.
this happening. And like I said, I don't want to be overly critical here, but this really kind of sucks in a way where it's like, man, you guys had something special. What was the thought process here? This wasn't in the interview. This wasn't in the Ultimania. So from what I've seen, where it's like, come on, guys, I see you're stricken with fear, maybe, but like,
I just think that they were trying to do that, right? Like, I think the intended, at least this is the only like interpretation I could see from this, because otherwise it just doesn't make sense. The only interpretation I have, at least trying to come from the perspective of what they're trying to present to me, is these 4 men are just so awestruck and shock and in fear, which I think is cool. That like obviously this is a very upsetting, traumatic event. Of course, they're going like everybody responds differently. It's fight or flight, and then some people just like are in shock.
yeah,
I can't get behind the idea that 4 men like this are just idle, like that they are just idle.
It
like
just takes
again,
too long.
the mayor's fine. The
Takes too
mayor's
long.
fine. You could have had one guy like like in my mind, I imagine people trying to stop him. Maybe one guy is in fear and is trying to back away, and he gets killed before he can leave. And have the mayor be in this final moment where he's just too.
I will say this
shocked to
final
deal with
moment. This final moment, though,
is
I
great. I agree.
freaking
No,
loved
this-
it.
This
Yeah.
is dope. This is fine. The mayor's fine. I'm okay with
Yeah.
the mayor not shooting. I just
Yeah.
don't get why you equipped
This-
three men with guns.
Well, on a
Yo,
lighter note,
Oh.
I found it interesting to find out that Genova's a blonde.
Genova took over a blonde. Yeah, sure.
No, she's a blonde. When you
Yep.
see the image of her at the reactor right after this, she clearly has blonde hair. I was very surprised that she had hair, and turns out she's a blonde. I found that just an interesting, fun detail.
I'm more
you
attracted
blonde
to her
lovers out
already. I was gonna say, man. Dang it, man! I'm on my way to see Mother, y'all. Wait, that sounds weird now. I don't want to do that anymore.
Blondes never did it for me, but I'm happy for all you blonde-loving people out there.
I was just surprised because I feel like in the original, like it was just an alien. Like there was no
Yo,
meaningful description. But here they decided.
let's rate it in. Let's rate it in. Let's rate it in. Let's rate it in. Yo, let's check this out though, real quick. All right, this scene is awesome. All right, I love this moment right here where we got this Sephiroth putting the sword slicing the legs. Awesome. I was literally cheering on my first playthrough of this game. And then
Madman.
oh man, I
For him.
freaking love this so much. This is what I wanted from the Nibelheim incident. This was everything I wanted from the Nibelheim incident right here. So if it was just a cutscene, I was good with it. Love that he steps on this. Fun fact
Steps on the hat. That's so savage.
Fun fact that fire is just an overlay. When you break the camera, it still stays there. Yeah, I love this. Wait for me. Coming. Now, there are some things to talk about when it comes to this. So, that's why I'm kind of just moving it along right now. I hope you guys don't mind.
No, you're good.
So, we got this moment right here, this iconic moment where Sephiroth walks through the fire, but we got the first to turn around. Oh, man, so good. And place it
That smile.
Okay, can I say something? I'm not a huge fan of the smile.
Nope.
I think
Agreed.
no, like it's not that it's bad. I'll put
Yeah.
it this way. I don't think it takes away in a way that's like for an interpretation or for a different adaptation of the story. I'm not looking at this like, oh, this ruined it for me.
Mm-hmm.
The smile adds a certain level to this that is interesting because it gives more insight, because it almost does kind of play with the idea that we were talking about with like the toying aspect to him. Like he does seem to enjoy this. I will maintain though, and I said this to you I think several podcasts ago, whenever the hell I was on a couple times ago maybe, that the original version of this scene, and I know that the technical, again, we can talk about technical limitations and whatnot, but like it's very clear that he's like got one emotion on his, like it's just that like kind of blank stare.
Deadpan.
That is the scariest version of the scene, in my opinion. I don't think any other version, including this one, has ever lived up to that specific turn in the fire. Like the most iconic moment is the original one, and all the other ones are good in their own way. I don't have an issue with any of them, but I don't think any of them have lived up to that. And I did wish that they were going to not do this, because I think as we progress into the territory of we have more to work with visually, we can give a more textured model, we have more dynamic camera and all that. I think we sort of step away in a weird way from what made that original scene so terrifying, and it's that absolute dead expression that he just keeps on him. That was like, I think I jokingly said to you, like the first or second time I was on the podcast day, I'm like, I've never been more terrified of polygons in my life than when he does this.
Yeah.
That original scene is just like, he's like dead. He's not even looking at the camera for it. He's like looking wherever he's looking. Like he just, it's like, it's funny.
Lost.
Like we talk about the what Sephiroth is, or Genova, like who's wielding who, whatever. To me, it's like in that moment, it just almost feels like this like alien. You feel the alien.
Yeah, that's where I'm at with this one as well. So I agree with you at 100% on all counts there. I will say Hamaguchi says in the scene where Sephiroth disappears into the flames, Sephiroth smiles a bit at Cloud. You see a bit of sadness, but at the same time, he's being headstrong, as if he's pretending to be tough. In this game, when Sephiroth burns Nibelheim to the ground, there's a slightly lonely look on his face as he breaks into a grin. So I'm looking forward to how people will react to this more human aspects of Sephiroth. End quote. Now, in this is where, man, I hate that I'm overly critical at this moment, but this is where I gotta disagree with Hamaguchi on this.
Is it too bold?
It's like,
to
I'm
disagree?
sorry. Can I disagree? But it's like, in a chapter that has been all about showing that Sephiroth has a human side, in a chapter that literally the point of this chapter is to show the human nature of Sephiroth, that he's compassionate and he's whatever, and then his descent into madness, descent into losing control. To whereas I feel like we already got that in the Nibelheim mansion library, when he starts to cry a little bit, like he chokes up a little bit, and then he snaps out of that and out of my way, or whatever he says. I'm going to see my mother. I should go. That's the moment he lost. Like he's out of control. So we didn't need to see that again.
Agreed.
Especially in this moment where we're talking about burning an entire village down, and what Liam said, where that was the scariest thing, and what made that scene so iconic was him literally just, like you said, just staring, turning around, and walking into the fire.
He's not
no
even looking
expression.
at you, it seems he's just like,
I don't
he's not
even
focused on anything.
He's he's gone.
This is where the monster's really revealed. That's how I
Exactly.
view it. It's like he's not looking at you. He's not looking at anything in particular. It's just you're looking
now.
at
Yeah,
him.
And it worked. It worked for some people, as we can see in chat. And you guys are not wrong at all. 100% not trying to say you're wrong. Where we see like, I completely disagree. The smile works on so many levels. This is coming from Nori Hicks. The smile makes me feel so bad for him because he didn't have a chance to be normal. Now,
Really? You feel bad for him.
Hey,
Wow.
hey, man.
See, do me a favor. Do me
No
a favor.
opinion is wrong, and I think that is actually valid, and I think that is what the developer wanted you to feel. Like Nori, you are 100% right, whereas Hamaguchi wanted you to feel this. To where I think that's a completely valid, if not, that is the valid response. To whereas I'm coming from it, thinking in a sense of where I'm like, I don't like this. I think we should have gotten that. What made that moment so iconic was Sephiroth just dead inside. Like there's no control over, no humanity left.
Right. I think it would be poignant if we had.
I'm sorry.
Rob? No, Rob, go ahead.
To me, this is just well summarized by a really basic philosophical question.
Mhm.
What is the greater evil? Hatred or apathy? This is a classic question in philosophy. There's no right answer to it. You could look upon that casual indifference to human suffering is more evil, or you could look upon hatred as more evil. There's no right or wrong answer here. And so I feel like this is partially a projection of people's answer to that basic question in philosophy, which is, what do you think is the greater evil? That he doesn't care anymore, or that there is still emotion lurking in him? In my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, I personally think emotionless is better. I personally think apathy is the greater evil. But I mean, there's no right or wrong answer here, obviously. As much as I just feel like it's a reflection of our personal disagreements on that philosophical question.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see that he gives that little bit of a smile, and then he's done. So like the smile goes away, and he's just like, I gotta go now. This was a very interesting artistic choice. It was definitely a choice that was made, a very intentional choice to show that Sephiroth still has that humanity left within him. And like I said, to the point where I think this comes into play in Remake Trilogy more than it did in the original game. And I think that that's what they're going for. So I think if my theory or whatever my thought process is correct, where Sephiroth wants to prevent death and all this other stuff, and he's just if that's the thing, it shows that, hey, this is a Sephiroth that has humanity still in him, but it's just not the right direction. And Aerith saying that's just not the way that this works or whatever. Regardless, the intention of showing that Sephiroth was showing a bit of loneliness before and giving that smirk, and then showing that he's lost it. That was the intention there. I don't think it worked very well for the panel here, except for like the whole panel. Excalibur, I don't know if you chimed in on that.
No, I liked it.
You liked it, okay?
I liked it. So this is the way. This is the way it worked for me. The only person that he let live was Zack.
That's
Cloud.
true.
He walks past him. He walks right past him, turns, smiles sad at Zack, and then goes dead and then leaves. And I thought it was just perfect, man. Like,
oh, nice.
Like,
should have let you talk. I should have let you talk at the beginning.
Layers to this, bro. I wanted you to play that little segment without pausing it, just like play the whole thing so you could see that, like, literally he's making a choice, like, not to kill Zack.
Yeah.
And then he stops in the fire, turns, looks at him, smiles, so sad, and then goes dead and then leaves. And I was like, dude, that's just perfect.
Hey, Wiley, can I challenge your point here for a second on this? Because it's funny how you say, like, he looks sad. I personally do not see the sad smile, like, if I'm just being 1,000% honest here. So when it's funny you say that,
it's right there. Look at his eyes. I
don't see sadness in that. I almost see like a washover of rage. I almost how do I put this? when you like what you said, I think is fascinating because it's a beautiful interpretation of him sparing like Zack in a way. But I almost look at it as like in the way that I'm viewing this scene, it's almost just like I did this to you. And now you live with it. Like he has some maliciousness to him. He let him live. He's like, dude, your mom just died. Your village is burning, and now you got to deal with it. Like he's pissed at what happened to him, and now he's putting it on someone else. So, like I suffered, now you got to suffer because, in a weird way, I think because like, and this ties back to the original. He calls Zack Cloud. He calls you traitor.
Yeah.
So he's almost like pinning this Shinra blame on Cloud here. And when I view that from the lens that I see it, and I again, like I could see where you see the sadness here, like it's on that
So there's another thing to it, right? Like watch this emotion. Watch how quick it flashes. To me, it's fake. Like he's not like watch his face. Let it play real quick.
I'm trying to get that. I know there's a button that you can use to like
the capture speed or whatever
to make it slower. Yeah.
Yeah, it should be on the top. Oh wait, I can't see.
Playback speed.
Yeah. Make it slow.
Happy.
Yeah. I mean,
see, the way that first thing that first expression he makes, where he's like angry, happy, it seems like it happens so fast that it feels like he's putting that on.
Yeah.
It's not a real thing. It's not a locked thing. It's not like a fixed emotion. It's like he's doing this thing and it's superficial.
Like trying to convince himself that he's cool with this.
Yeah.
And then
I
it
could
fades,
see
and then you see the second smile is totally different.
Yeah. I have to agree. Yeah.
Totally different. Look at his eyes, bro.
He
He's
looks
about to
sad.
cry.
Yeah, he looks,
and then he turns away.
Right. This is my get hype moment right here. This is it. Let me turn the volume on. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. He stops it with a fingertip.
Oh, okay. We don't have the stream. At least I can't speak for.
I don't know that you're.
Oh, I didn't put it on the.
I don't know that you're broadcast.
What you said.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew what you were talking about. No, it's dope.
Stopped it with his fingertip, and then check out this sweet freaking flip move. Check this out. Yeah. Hey, let me grab it by the blade. Freaking get off of my sword. Watch this, dude. What? Get hype moment one more time. One more time. And we're gonna do this. Half speed. Let's go, y'all. Come on, dude. Just grab that. We're gonna turn off the... We don't need to hear the... Watch this. Just, dude, this is so cool. Watch it in slow motion. Whoop, whoop. Dude, the switching hands to his... Oh, my God. Now, he slices Tifa.
Good wallpaper.
There's the cut.
Yep.
All right, and now... Get a little bit more of the scene that we've seen a couple times. Now, you guys have any thoughts on this one while it plays out? Or is this a no notes thing? Is this just like, hey man, this is really good?
I'll review real quick, but I honestly think it's something that we've seen multiple times.
Yep.
Like there's
XCOM says Warrior of Hype likes seeing people get sliced. I'm sorry. I just gotta get hype about it. All right, look, we see blood on Tifa. That makes me hype. I don't know why. I'm weird, dude. I'm learning this about myself.
I don't really have anything specifically on this. I think it just sort of speaks to it for itself, and I think
the only note I had was my amusement that Genova has hair. That's the only
and it's
thing
blonde.
I had. Everything else is exactly what we know.
You've had some interesting commentary I've noticed. So
I mean, this is a great scene, man.
Yeah,
I mean,
dude.
I think we all just sort of know it's good. It speaks for itself. We've seen it plenty of times, but it never really gets old.
It's
right.
What do you got? Do you got any notes on that, Excalibur?
No, man. I was just watching it, enjoying it.
Right. So this is another iconic scene from the original game where he pulls the shell off the casing, and I think it's look at that shot right there.
Good shot.
Epic.
Look at that
Oscar-worthy.
shot, dude. This
Minor
every
note, I find it interesting that they don't capitalize the promised land here. I think they
Ooh.
normally capitalize the promised land. Minor trivia.
that is interesting. Oh man, come on. Yeah, this was so good. And they kind of get the same framing there in that one scene of the as the original.
Advent Children, or no, it
And
reminds me a lot of the Advent Children animation of it.
Yes, and we get to
Oh, yeah,
see
she's blonde. Look at that.
Yeah.
we get to see the Genova with the head rather than in remake where it was no head.
No head.
No head. What does everybody want? if you get the reference. There we go.
Anyway, cool scene.
Hey, cool scene. We're 4 hours in, baby. We're 4 hours
man.
in. The next
Oh,
episode can't be
God.
this long, y'all. We gotta get that.
I don't think
You know what
there's much to
sucks?
say on the
You know
other
what
one.
sucks, Daniel? These chapters only get longer from here.
I don't know that they do. Like, I mean, for
There was a
example,
lot
in
to talk
chapter
about.
2, what are we going to do? Like, analyze?
There was a lot to talk about in this one, just because of how
yeah, I
iconic
think this
this.
is way more.
Yeah.
Well,
Like-
yeah, okay. I think there's more icon, but like counterpoint, there's going to be a lot more new stuff to go over. That
I mean, is
I
there?
don't
Do
know.
we need to talk about the Chadley Towers? Do we need to talk about the Moogle
No, we can
houses?
say that
You
that
know?
was-
I have a
Just leave
lot
it
to
at that.
say. No, I'm gonna break down everything on
I
that.
have an opinion.
I have an
Veto.
opinion on this one. Veto.
Veto.
All right, y'all. So here's what I want to do, because this is the best part of the game, best part of the chapter, in my opinion, as well. So,
Agreed.
what I want to hear is what you guys think about this, because this is a change. This is a deviation from the original game, because now we have we got Aerith and Tifa having a little bit of a moment together. I thought this was really cool.
Can we not go there yet? 'Cause
Oh,
I think
sure,
some of the
yeah.
dialogue- Well, that's really great. So Cloud says something to the effect of Sephiroth is alive.
Yeah.
Aerith responds, quote, "Dunno about alive so much as around."
Yeah.
Yep.
And I'm very intrigued. I don't have a good answer for this. I guess I mean, we could play games of saying, is she talking about the Sephiroth in the Northern Crater? Is she talking or is she talking about future Sephiroth? I don't know what she means. I'm personally very confused. But part of the problem is that coupled to this question is the issue of how much does she know at this point? Because
Yeah.
she claims that she lost everything to the Whispers in the bedroom with Tifa.
Yeah, she
But
does claim that. Yep.
Concede, I'm personally not buying it, because I feel like when she sings No Promises to Keep and then she cries, that's all still pre-Temple of the Ancients. To me, that scene seems to imply, I think she knows what's coming up next. Like, it's very clear that she would sing that song specifically just before her death and, then start crying despite the fact she had a killer performance or whatever. So I'm confused with how much does Aerith remember from Eris, and Eris is my way of saying the Aerith
Yeah,
from the
from
original.
7, yeah. From the original
So
game.
how did she keep anything? Because at times it certainly seems like she does. I feel like a lot of the dialogue in the game seems to imply she's still got some things. And then, given your answer to that, what does she mean when she says, don't know about alive, but around?
So I got something to say on this one because I actually took a note of that as well, where I thought that was interesting. The only thing I go back and forth, where it's like, I get what you're saying, Rob, where I'm like, oh, maybe she still knows some things. Or, maybe she still retained some of it, where a lot of the memories of the future and all that other stuff has gone completely by the Whispers, all the stuff that the Whispers deem to be like, hey, you're not supposed to know about that. Or she is retaining some of that information. Now, the other thing could be is when she's like, don't know about alive so much as around, could be that she's just referencing what she remembers in Remake, where she's like, well, he just manifested in front of Genova's reactor floating, like, how that's not somebody who's alive. Or, you know what I mean? Something like that of like, how is this dude just manifesting in front of us? He's not actually alive. I mean, she's also an ancient.
Okay.
Yeah, to where that could be a case where this is what I was doing. I was doing the same thing where I'm like, all right, what does she mean by this quote? And then she's also an ancient still. Like, we can't forget that she can still commune with the planet. She can still right? Like, can't she still get that kind of information?
I thought she can't, right? Well,
I might be mistaken too.
Well, yeah, I was about to say, because I'm thinking about her dialogue at the end of the game, and she's like, not that prayer is necessarily the way that ancients communicate, but she even says at the end of the game, like, Mother never taught me how to pray. I need, to me, that's like the moment that she's calling upon her ability as an ancient, so to speak. You know what I mean? So, like, I don't know if this is a passive thing that, like, there's just, like, she's being funneled information and she's able to call.
And then subtext coming in here in Costa del Sol when she says, wait till you meet the future me.
Right.
Very, like, wait a second, I get what you're saying, or you're like, hey, in the future, I'm going to be a different person, but then it's like, what's that supposed to mean?
I agree. That's the thing that was on my mind. And it's not proof, because you could just say, oh, she's talking in the absence. Like, you'll meet future Robert, and he will be will have lost the 7 pounds he's gained recently. I don't know. But, like,
that dad bod is coming in there, man. It's what happens.
But I mean, this is not a crucial point, but I mean, it was very distinct, and I'm gonna have to replay the game Chapter 1 in French. I'm very curious to see what words they specifically use, if they, what words do they use here, see if it's the same meaning, and then perhaps try it again in Spanish and have my wife help me a bit about, like, this is one of those things I'm very curious to see how the language, because, like, it's a very specific word usage here that they opted for, so I'm kind of intrigued to know like what they're going for.
Mr. Bigglesworth says she's got a case of the Gandalfs. Could be a wink to the audience without being a serious hint. That's what Henry Winter says. I mean, these are good, but I like that. I like that you bring it up because there is some very interesting. Don't know about alive so much as around. God, that's and then of course, Aerith and later on in the game too, saying like, let's just call it a dream. Like she knows exactly. But that's of course the live stream Aerith. But what does she still know? Because then when we get over here to the and this was another thing I just wanted to point out. Cloud really emphasizes reclaim. Like he emphasizes that. I'm like, hey, again, could be the name for part 3.
I think that the next scene here, this is beautiful. She says, after 5 years, like she complains about this 3 times, and then right after this, she's staring at him while everyone else is moving on. Like I love, right? Like she's staring. Yep. Like this is a beautiful scene. This is a great thing that Rebirth added that is beautiful. They are pushing it to the
she
limit.
Notices
like,
it.
She's still staring at him.
Look, and Aerith notices it, and she completely changes the subject. Like she notices, and she, oh man, my back hurts. I
gotta ask because it's been a bit since I played the original. So a big catalyst as to what went down at Nibelheim is Sephiroth's gross misunderstanding, or not even so much Sephiroth's, but really Shinra's gross misunderstanding of what Jenova is that led Sephiroth to having a misunderstanding, because he believed like the reclaim the birthright thing really ties to the fact that Sephiroth believes Jenova to be an ancient. And it just begs the question right now, like we find out like later, like when is it revealed to us fully that Jenova was that's at Icicle Inn, right? Like I'm trying to remember, when do we know that?
I thought it was Temple of the Ancients. Is that right? No,
is it Temple of the Ancients? I'm trying to remember exactly when we
the
find
meteor
out
on the wall. Is that not it? No.
I think I don't think we learn until Icicle Inn because in
Okay.
Temple of
Yeah,
the
that's what I
Ancients in
thought.
original, they don't talk about Genova. I don't
Yeah.
think.
Right.
Getting-
In the
don't know.
and I'm going by the original continuity here, like
Yeah,
within the original
yeah,
game.
I see what
but,
you're saying.
Like,
Mhm.
it just makes me wonder. So, like, like he's talking about all this, and Barrett's going like, "What about all this Genova stuff?" And like everybody here should, I guess, more or less be on the same page that Genova's an ancient and that they think that Sephiroth is. But like, I don't know, it's just weird because I'm looking at Aerith and like, what is she thinking about that
Yeah.
information right now?
Oh, my back hurts.
Yeah, like, is she just like blowing it off because it's not worth
Oh,
investing into because she knows beyond and it's not worth, like she's like us when we're like, oh, it's not worth theory crafting, but then we do it anyway. But she's like,
well, this is why I think she didn't lose everything and that she's lying because I think she's just strategically choosing like
what
this
to
is
say
not a
and what
great
not
place
to
to
say.
dwell.
Right,
To me,
'cause, like-
that's the best explanation personally.
I wish somebody would do that to my back. My God.
Bro, I was
I
thinking the
wish
same
My
thing.
God. My back is like, dude, after this 5-hour conversation, somebody needs the freaking Mortal Kombat fatality my back. Dude, I need somebody like, my back is killing me right now. I'm like Aerith. So
Don't have
yeah.
me sit here for like 4.5 hours. My back's killing me.
My back's killing me, bro. I need Tifa to do that to my back.
Please come here and fix my fucking back.
I tell you, I don't know what Tifa did to her back, but it looked like it felt good. I would like that to happen to me.
Did it? It looked like she went.
She said-
like.
Man, I want that.
Okay, wait. I just want to point out that this scene made me feel a little differently about Remake, because I'm going to put it out there. I was not the biggest fan of Remake, especially like the ending.
Yep.
I think Remake fumbled in a lot more places than I would have liked it to. I think it also suffered weird pacing, and I also am not. I'll be honest too. The Midgar section in the original game is kind of something. I know some people really love it. It's actually something whenever I go back to the game that I kind of don't want to have to go through. I think I'm just more interested everything post Midgar. So like, I don't enjoy having to go through that like 6 hours of just like. It is interesting, and there are really great iconic moments in it, but I kind of enjoy the more open-ended exploring sections. But like this whole conversation to me is fascinating for multiple reasons. Obviously, Tifa's planting the seeds of doubt into Aerith about this whole like what is Cloud kind of like saying who is he right now, because she's got these doubtful feelings. But I thought it was really interesting that they try to tie this into the Whispers potentially being responsible for some of this.
I think that was smart.
Yeah, I thought it was smart too, because if I'm being honest, I really did not care for the Whisper idea at the end of Remake. I think this game sort of made me at least appreciate where they were coming at. And I think I even said this to you, Daniel, on our first podcast that we were on together where you invited me. I need to see the whole story unfold for me to truly, I feel like, be able to judge the whole Whisper thing.
Yep.
Because as it stands, I'm not fully into the idea. I do appreciate and respect the changes that they're taking with the series. And I think that this game handled the Whispers better for the most part up until Chapter 14, where I think it's a little, overboard in some spots. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. I thought that it was really fascinating to attribute the confusion in this moment to potentially being Whisper antics. Like, I just thought that was cool and a really interesting way of taking something that this would have organically probably have happened in the original game between these two, even though we don't see it. Like, we don't really get their interpersonal relationship much. But I think it's just a fascinating way of spinning something that we could interpret for the original having happened and tying it into what we're seeing and being presented right now. I just wanted to say that.
Or maybe erased.
I think that I'm totally fine with the whole Tifa blaming the Whispers thing. I think it's fine. I personally I don't actually take her terribly seriously when she says that. I
Me
think
neither.
this is an example of Tifa wistfully looking. What is it? To quote the I think it's Rod Stewart who wrote something. Still, I look to find a reason to believe. a great song lyric that, when you're desperately in love, you look to find a reason to believe, no matter how much the evidence is so clearly that the person is bad for you or whatever.
It would be easier on her to blame the whispers as
Right.
opposed to doubting him.
Because in the original, in my opinion, everything that motivates Tifa's behavior comes from that beautiful scene after the weapons are released, where you see Tifa in the Sector 7 train yard picking up Cloud, who's just come out of things, that she sees he's broken mentally. And all of her motivation at that point is, I have to ease him. I cannot confront him. He is fragile. And to me, that is the explanation for why Tifa in the original doesn't have anything near this level of explicit difficulty. And I love it. And I think it makes sense because it matches her caretaker qualities as a character, that she will sacrifice herself, probably too much, in the name of love for another, and that she just won't confront him because he's too fragile, and she'd rather it eat her up than to actually seek it out. So I think it works either way, and I think in this way it's still the original game explanation, and this is more of a half-hearted lying to herself, quite frankly, because she looks to find a reason to believe, to quote the song lyric.
That's beautifully put. And then you have this scene here too, where she like straight up tells Aerith, like, as far as I know, Cloud wasn't there 5 years ago, and where's he been? It is interesting to dig into this scene where I know Aerith is kind of like, she's like, oh god, okay. It almost seems like, what do I say? Like, does she know something is another thing. Because she's like, okay, all right, let me get up, and she knows it's serious. I got to talk to her. It could just be girl talk. Like, let's talk. You obviously got something on your mind. Let's talk about it. I would love to know what they talked about. But the camera cuts out, and we get to Tifa inviting Cloud to go talk on the roof. But it is interesting to see the facial expressions here, to where it's like, as far as I know, and she's like, oh boy, here we go. You know what I mean? Did you guys pick up on that, or is that just me?
Well, no. Well, to me, I picked up on it too, but to me, the answer just tied back to two questions again of, depending upon your answer to what does Aerith know?
Yeah, there's something there.
You would interpret these in very different ways, I feel, and I obviously think she's hiding stuff, and so her facial expressions, I think, are reflective of, she's like, oh shit, what?
I think that's real, though.
It gets me out of the situation.
I mean, you can tell in the way she's saying it, like, they were taken from me, or maybe erased. Like, she does seem like a lot of stuff has been taken from her.
Right, so it could be genuine or not.
Genuine,
so maybe she doesn't remember, but I don't know. The fact her face to me looks more
her looking away the whole time too.
Like, to me, it was more like panicked. Like, don't let her see your face. Come up with something to say.
Yeah.
And this is very subjective. It wasn't like, oh, I'm confused too.
I can see it both ways.
I don't know. It seemed to be far more, oh shit, say what you need to get out of the situation because you know the truth and you just need to get through this with Tifa.
Can you go back, Dan?
Yeah.
Just one more. Run it back one more time for I want to see her face because I really could. It could be like a panic. Like, okay, what do I say in this moment? It could also just straight up be like a, holy crap, what do I actually know? What do I remember? You know what I mean? Like in those moments where where she's like looking back at her, it almost seems like I'm feeling more like, crap, what do I say to her? Yeah. But then in this moment, it looks genuine. Like she's genuinely questioning whether or not it was taken from her.
Yeah.
Like if you go like 5 seconds ago when she was kind of like looking forward, but her eyes were looking back, that to me is like what we're talking, like it's like both ways here. Like, where was it?
Yeah. I had a feeling you'd know. Probably did at one point.
when she does this thing where she like looks. Sorry, I'm not trying to cut. Like
No, you're good.
or maybe erase. Like
I might have gone too far.
I don't know. Either way, I saw it
Yeah.
before, but yeah, like it's just it's curious to me, like, you know, what what is she hiding or what is she trying to recall? Also, what is up with these proportions here? I'm not trying to pivot.
We talking about that?
Oh,
We talking about that proportion right there? Or was that what we're talking about, Lee?
I'm not trying to say anything here, but like
I mean,
they
no, you bring up a fair point of criticism. Aerith is not known for exercising a lot. It is therefore inconsistent with the thing to imply that she would have a
I
greater
find
set
it
of
very
musculature
consistent.
there than is proportional to her exercise routine, as opposed to Tifa, who is clearly the more physically fit person.
oh my god.
yeah, criticism is so valid, sir.
Thank you. No, hey,
Oh
I'm sorry.
my
Like
God.
we watched that scene like 4 times.
We
and then,
did.
like,
You saw the
I-
curves.
no,
You
I
saw it
saw
got
the
curvy.
first time,
Listen,
of course.
it's past midnight. It's 1 a.m. Things are getting a little spicy around here. That's all the way it is.
I saw it the first time, but then like by
Oh,
the
the other
fourth,
thing-
I was like, I won't say anything. Second time, I'm like, man, I want to, but I won't. Third time, okay, it's almost. And then fourth,
God,
I'm like, dude,
look at that- look at that red 13.
Say it,
Look at-
my boy.
That's my boy right there. We all curvy up in here.
Just so y'all know, I have a cat with one eye. I named him after Nanaki. So,
Nice. That's pretty cool. I
Yeah.
like that.
yeah.
So
he,
this is actually my favorite moment in the chapter. I think the moments like this whole thing where Aerith and Tifa are talking, then Cloud and Tifa have a quiet time moment together, talking about this stuff, confronting each other. This was kind of crazy. They're seeing
Yeah.
Sephiroth. Of course, that was in the trailer when he's like, I killed her. Who is she?
yeah, they really dipped into that in the trailer.
Man, that was really cool. So I like that. Or rather, what is she? So anyways, this is a really, really great addition to the original, and we're definitely throwing off. You agree with that?
Oh yeah, I think
Yeah.
my nominee for the best thing that is still more or less the same is the subtlety of Tifa and Cloud's interactions and the accusations.
quiet
I think that's well
moments.
done. The best thing that they did that's totally different is this. This has no basis in the original, and it's great.
Yes.
It's logical. It addresses issues of why did Tifa not confront Cloud, and it's completely consistent with the canon. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah,
Man.
There's another thing it does too, is that it sets up. So romance arcs in a story often have a fight toward the beginning, and that's kind of what they've set up here. Is they start with them sort of like not agreeing, not being on the same page, obviously for a very valid reason in this case. And every scene where these two are alone, it's obviously building up to that almost kiss that happens in Gangaga. And this is sort of the beginning of that little mini arc that they go through.
Okay. No, I'm sorry. I was reading subtext as well there, where subtext was saying that Tifa leaps really quick to the. So you're saying that I'm an imposter? Said it was really quick. That would be the millionth guess I would have made.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I guess I think that's fair. I think it was kind of like there should have been like maybe 1 or 2 more lines of dialogue there before that, but he does say it, and then she does kind of like pause for a moment, and then it clicks for her. So there was a moment where she had to think about it, to where they were just talking about Genova. So like right here, shoot, go for the thing. Like, hey, I saw all the blood. I thought saw you lying there. I thought that was it. I thought I thought it was over.
I'll be very curious to see this again in French and in Spanish.
Saw your
just that
wound?
I wonder if the word choice is maybe less
Forthcoming.
extreme.
Yeah, and she says,
again, imposter is kind of like, where did that come from? I wonder if they would use some other word that maybe it's a translational thing. I don't know.
Yeah, what are you implying right now? So
That is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
That's when you like think about it.
yeah.
I don't think it takes away from it, but I
Agreed.
also it's just like it is kind of like Like, damn, Tifa, like, did you just read my mind?
Right.
Because that's what I was thinking you would be thinking. But
Oh no, I would have been like, no, I didn't imply that at all. But now that you're
Now that
bringing
you
it
mention
up-
it, yeah, you really are kind of proving Sephiroth's point back there.
like, this game was developed during like peak Among Us like hype, right?
Yeah. I don't know, man. You're pretty sus.
I don't know, Cloud. You're pretty sus.
You're pretty sus right now. I just
Were
gotta
you at
say.
Nibelheim? Did you vent?
Did you-
Did you vent?
I was working the vents. I was doing the steam thing. I was doing.
I was working a reactor.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I was there the whole time. Oh, and then okay, so he starts having some real heavy mind glitches here.
the invocation of 5. Like I love that they're
Yep.
really driving home the 5 versus 7 issue. Very
For
hardcore.
days on end. I'm here now. But, oh man, this was a harsh line. And where were you again? Oh
Yeah.
man.
Well said, well acted.
Yes, beautiful. And then where have you been this whole time? Well, we can't
For
answer that.
5 years.
Yeah, we can't let you answer that. You know I can't tell you that.
I can't tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
I love that because it's so surface level, but at the same time, it's extremely nuanced and deep. It's like
also-
you know,
it's also
I can't-
100%
it's
true.
like
Yeah,
he can't, he's
100%
just straight up can't.
he has no idea.
This is beautiful, man. I love moments where they allow the moment to breathe. So this is something I think is going to come up. It's a reoccurring thing that's going to maybe a little bit of a criticism. I don't know. That's going to happen throughout this video podcast series as we rank and review every chapter of Rebirth. But I feel like all too often, or at least that's how I remember it. So I'm excited for the replay. But I feel like all too often the quiet moments get interrupted by the action, and to have this moment, I think this is when Rebirth really shines with its characters, because the expressions, the emotion, let these actors cook, man. They are so good. Let the writing do the speak. I think this is so good, very well written, very well acted, and such a great scene. And that's the end of the chapter, guys.
Well,
We do have him
no?
going in. He goes in there with Barrett.
I have a note just on this actually. It's
Okay.
not like anything too deep or insightful, but I do just want to point it out. I'm gonna say right now, John Bentley, right? Like that is the voice. Is that his name?
Yeah. Oh yeah, Barrett.
One and only.
Yep. Fantastic. And I
Dude.
want to point out that I believe wholeheartedly that he was actually in my and this might be great because we were singing, you know, Britt Baron's praises, and you know, with Brianna White getting nominated and Cody Christensen, or I keep saying Christensen like he's Hayden. Cody Christian.
I have the same
That's where
problem.
you got it from. Honestly, that makes sense now.
No, but
I do
Cody
the same
Christian.
thing.
Point is, I think John Bentley was actually the standout. In my opinion, the greatest voice actor in this entry. And I said this to you before. I think Barrett was one of those cases, and we're gonna definitely dip into this as we go on in the future. I think Barrett to me like grew on me the most from original to this game. I used to like Barrett, but he was not a character who I was particularly invested in compared to some of the other characters, and that completely changed. I just fell in love with his character. And all I just wanted to say, it was like a quick little note I added at the end here. Barrett acting as a leader, checking on Cloud, because at this point, they're not even terribly tight. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
he kind of grows on him in Remake, but like, he doesn't particularly like Cloud by this point of the story, but he's still doing his part.
They've
He
seen some
takes the
things.
leadership role very seriously. You know, and he's just trying to keep the group together. He even says, like, you know, just like, you know, like, did you guys fight? Like, he's just checking on everybody. And
The
I
dad.
love that. I love because in the original game, we get the idea that he kind of convinced himself he's like the leader. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? But I love seeing him act like it more, because at this point, like, yeah, we follow Cloud, and, you know, everybody kind of just, because he's the protagonist, but like, I kind of still view Barrett as the leader of what's going on right now, or at least at this point, it's clear that he's taking the direction to act like one. And I think it's a cool place to end the chapter officially on, is just like, him checking on everybody because a lot of heavy shit just happened, and he wants to make sure that his homies are all good. Like, he wants to make sure that everybody's, checked in and ready to go. And as Red so eloquently puts, tomorrow's another day. And
Yeah.
that's how I feel about this
day.
podcast right now. 1 week from now is another
This
day.
podcast went into tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah,
Tomorrow's today.
Tomorrow is today. Oh, man.
Holy shit.
Yeah, this was a long podcast, but I do appreciate you guys so much. We're going to wrap this thing up. I want to say a big shout out to our chat right now. A lot of you I've seen from the very beginning of this podcast, and I can't believe you stuck with us for a whole 4.5 hours, but here you are, and thank you so much. It shows me that at least it was engaging in some like you guys enjoyed the conversation to a point where you stuck around, so I really appreciate you. Thanks so much for it's been great keeping up with you in chat and hearing or reading your opinions and stuff like that. We're going to wrap it up with some fun little things. We're going to make it kind of quick. All right, guys, we got some accolades. All right, we got accolade rankings. And here's what's going to be fun about this. All right, we're going to bring nominees to the table, or award winners to the table. And then as we go on throughout this podcast series, we're going to rank those as well. All right. Or at least we'll get to it at the very end. So we have things like best battle. We have things like best NPC, best side quest, best music, and best minigame I threw in there. So things like that, and best story moment, or things like that. So we're going to take those and we're going to kind of rank them as we go. So
Okay.
just kind of a quick thing. I think we all agreed that the best battle was the Materia Keeper, correct?
Yeah.
That's your own
Yeah.
choice.
So that one gets sent into the next round. The best side quest, there really wasn't a side quest except for
No.
Tifa's house. Tifa's house was a side quest. You didn't have to go into Tifa's house.
Orthopedic underwear, best side quest.
That was a question I got from somebody on
I guess you could.
on here.
I was
No,
about to make a
that's
joke, but we technically have. All right, we'll get there. Next thing. We'll get there.
somebody said, "Did you check the drawers?"
Yeah, I was
You
going to
know-
say the dev team is aware that half the fan base wants to get in Tifa's drawers.
Yeah. Half the fan base. Oh my god. That's amazing. Yeah, we all did. Because we wanted to hear the line of dialogue, of course.
You asshole.
Just out of curiosity, I wanted to hear what they said. And yes, that was kind of cool. I like how they handled that. Fun fact about that. That was going to be even more drawn out if I can find that little quote. Rebirth co-director Toriyama says that for the flashback scene where Cloud opens the dresser in Tifa's room, they created all animations and reactions of him searching its contents, and even had a voice track for him breathing harder, but it was all scrapped in Rebirth. So there you go. And then and that was
Wow.
scrapped.
That was crap.
And we had another one that was kind of a fun fact during the Nibelheim on fire sequence. There was a glitch where Snaps the photographer would come out. And they had to fix it. Yeah. I gotta if I can find.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it would just pop up. It was a glitch, a bug that they had to fix, which was kind of funny there. So, let's see. Anyways, best side quest, we're going to go ahead and say it's Tifa's house. All right, because that is an optional thing to do. You don't have to go into Tifa's house, so you can do that. Best music. I'm curious of what you guys think of that. I'm bringing to the table Materia Keeper.
Toward Mountain to Bell.
Towards Mount. Oh, you might be right about that one. What do you got?
Another Buster Sword might be mine, actually.
Dang. Okay, what about you, Get Wiley?
What's the track that plays when you step into the reactor?
Are you talking about like that haunting
Yeah,
Mako?
yeah.
Okay. I don't know, but I'll find it. For now, I'm just gonna write Mako Reactor.
I don't actually know if that's on the. I'm looking at the official soundtrack right now on my phone. But this
I
is
don't
what's
think it is.
available
I
on
think
Apple
you're right.
Music, and they're missing like 50 tracks, by the way, just so you know. Bow Wow Wow being one of them, and I'm never forgiving him.
I can't believe that. Can't believe
Also,
it. That's how
weird note,
that's
just
how
real
they
quick,
sell the
also
next
left
one.
out- They also left out the song, and this is a really stupid nitpick for Chapter 12. The song that plays before you fight the Turks, that like really cool bass tab, that like you'd have to look it up after this.
Oh
But
yeah,
like,
I will.
That like funky little like they left that out, and it's such a weird song because it was so hard to look up. It's like song before Turk fight, but the gold song, and like I did find it, love it. But yeah, anyway, for me, another Buster Sword, and I don't know the song that you were talking about, Wiley. I don't see it on here, but I'm sure we'll find out.
Mountain Evil is probably going to be for sure. So what I got for best music, and we're going to narrow this down later on, but Materia Keeper, another Buster Sword, Mountain Evil Reactor, and Toward Mountain Evil. Yeah. So we'll narrow that down in just a moment. Best mini game, there's only one, and it's the piano in Tifa's room.
I was about to say the vacuum.
Oh, get out! No, there's only one. There's only one.
Here's the thing.
Veto.
That was
Veto.
the joke. That was the joke I was about to make because I was like, well, there's only one, and it's the vacuum. But then I realized you can play the piano, so piano came in clutch.
Came in clutch, man, because it was going to have to be the vacuum. I'm glad we didn't.
It was going to have to be because at first I was like, wait, oh yeah, we can play the piano, but
Sure, I condemn you for even considering that.
I didn't want to consider it. It was the only
We
thing
are
they
moving
gave
on,
me.
good sir. What is the next category?
Right.
The
You can't-
Warrior of
I
Hype
will
Skid
say-
Hype Award goes to
good
Sephiroth. Stopping it with his pointer finger and then doing the cool sword flipping cut in Tifa.
Category?
That was the Warrior of Hype Skid Hype moment. It was between that and then Sephiroth standing up in the river, and then of course the Sephiroth defeating the what are they called? They're not
The
I keep wanting to calling them demigorgons.
Jake and Joe is what I called them 4
Jake and
hours
Joe.
ago.
Yeah, that's what it's Sephiroth stopping the attack with the finger. That was freaking hype. Get hype. Now it's time for we don't have to spend a lot of time on at all, but for future episodes, it's going to get quite interesting as we go into the chapter rankings. Of course, since this is episode 1 and it's chapter 1, it's going to be number 1. That's how it's going to work until we get to chapter 2. And we talk about that for less than 5 hours. Less than maybe 2 hours. Let's keep it at 2 hours. The best faithful remake of the original. So basically something that was in the original and it was retold beautifully. What do you guys, what was that moment for you? Just real quick. No need for a lot of detail to it. What do you got, Excalibur?
Oh, let me pass the buck. I'm thinking about it still.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it too. Rob, you got something you think?
I already said my answer for this is just all the ways in which the dialogue of Tifa are enhanced. Such that you see her quizzicalness, but she's still maintaining that she doesn't want to confront. It was in the original, but it's far better done this time.
Gotcha. I said Tifa enhanced co-storytelling.
Sure.
And what do you got? I'll say mine.
Now this is like the best translation basically from the original to
Yes.
to
It can have new elements in
something
it.
that it was in
All right.
I was
very easily.
Oh, it was very easily. Go ahead.
I think when I was just rethinking about it, honestly, the moment that honestly the flashback starts for me, I got chills when the truck's driving and you see the tab on the corner. I even wrote in my notes chills at this moment. 5 years ago, like when I saw that, and then the whole truck sequence.
Dude, I love that one.
The whole truck sequence really set the tone and just made me think like, oh, I'm in for it now, baby. Like, let's go. For me, just the truck sequence going up to when they step out to fight, and then we had our little gripes there, but just that build up right there. Cloud acting a little Zack-like,
Dude.
seeing the little tuft of hair, again, blink if you miss it. If you're in the know, you know type thing. Just I loved that. It felt pretty consistently, like one for one almost, and it was great. I loved that.
Shoot, that
really hyped start.
That is really, really good, and it might take what I had written down. I like that. You got one for me, Excalibur?
I do. So it's going to be the part I didn't have any notes on because it was just so 1-to-1. So just from the moment that Cloud and Sephiroth, well, I guess it's really the sequence where Sephiroth attacks Tifa, and then Cloud follows him up, and he takes the machine effigy off and throws it. It just felt very familiar and authentic, but just sort of to the nth degree. You know what I mean? So as far as a sequence that stays true to the original, I'll go with that.
I love that. Sephiroth revisits Nibel Reactor. That one. I love that. Okay, cool. I had Sephiroth's revelation at Mount Nibel, or like the reactor. So basically the same thing as yours. Mine actually was the revelation part though. So not the revisit, but the first visit, or the Shinra Mansion. I actually really liked how that was done. So we'll keep those as our nominees as we go into next week. The new edition, best new edition, not in the original. Not in the original. This is brand new.
I got mine.
Okay,
This is easy.
What do you got, man?
It's the last conversation between Cloud and Tifa on the rooftop at Calm.
Oh, love it.
That's a good answer. My answer was
got.
stupid at first. It was rebar, but then no, I think you're right. I think I have to agree, dude. Because just freaking Psycho and the rebar is just. I did more seriously, just that whole segment of like, you know, tracking down the cop there. Like, all that. But no, I think I think I got to agree with you. I like that whole conversation on the roof is just beautiful. It sets a lot, like Rob, you said before, it's a very logical conversation to take place, and I think honestly it was cool because at that point it made me sad. I didn't want to see my two friends talking to each other like that.
So
I was
good.
like,
Very human.
but it was very good.
Yeah,
It wasn't like I was sad because I'm like, wow, this sucks. It was sad because it made me feel sad naturally, and it was like, you know, like I hated seeing them like that.
Yes.
And
I think you make excellent points about having to open the door and you have to go around with the vacuum and go suck that. So vacuum as Liam's.
Vacuum on top of me!
That's all I heard. What? Did you say something else? No, that was good.
Because I said it sucked. Like when I said
Yeah,
that,
you
were
said it
just like,
sucked and it made you sad. And I'm like, that's a vacuum. I didn't hear anything else you said. What do you did you already say your answer, Rob? I can't remember, man. It's getting a little late.
Rooftop scene.
Rooftop scene. So I had rooftop scene as well. I also had, but I don't even know if this counts. I don't know if it counts. I almost wonder if it counts under best faithful. And moving forward, we have to clear these lines, man. We have to draw the line. Materia Keeper. Is the Materia Guardian, would that count as a new edition? It's a new edition for Chapter 1.
this segment of the game, yeah.
Yeah, for the so I have Materia Keeper. I'm going to put those in there because I think it's good. So Materia Keeper with Sephiroth and Cloud and Tifa questions each other on after the flashback, or Cloud and Tifa rooftop. We'll call it. Yeah.
You should also probably add Aerith and Tifa's conversation in the.
I'm just going to say
room.
post flashback.
It's all kind of the same.
Yeah.
Like it flows together.
Post flashback, calm in.
Yeah, I guess that whole thing more or less is just new. Besides the fact that they're at the inn and talking. I don't remember how the flashback more in the original. Don't they like end the flashback and then Tifa's all like weirded out and then they all just go to bed and that was pretty much it.
Sounds
Well, like I do, the last line of dialogue is Red 13 saying, "What a fascinating story!" Ellipses.
Oh,
Yeah.
wait a minute. They did
Isn't
my
it
boy
sad
dirty.
that I know the text of the original game this well?
Oh,
Like,
no,
that's
it's
He
not
didn't
sad.
say
It's beautiful.
that.
He didn't say
we
it.
need the expert.
Yeah.
Damn. All right.
Chapter ranking. Chapter 1. That's it. We're done. Everybody, that's it. Chapter 1 is number 1. I want to say a massive thank you to my panel for being a part of this. This was a lot of fun. You know, I'm sorry that this went on for almost 5 hours. I hope you guys are okay with that. It's over now. It happened. You got yourself in a situation.
Go to bed.
I love subtext about 30 minutes ago. Oh no, how long ago was it? Honestly, I do want to see that. He said, "Squeeze another hour out of it."
Is that a challenge or is that a prediction?
Is that a challenge? Love it. All right, y'all. This was awesome. I'm gonna let you get going to bed, I'm sure. Once again, thank you so much for being part of this. Excalibro, straight out of Midgar, dude with the blue shirt. Thank you so much for being here, Dr. Mullen. And the delightful Dragoon. Thank you so much, Leo. I told you I was going to get to it.
I forgot about it.
God, bro jumped on that nickname.
Oh no! Did I just set a name for my? I should have came up with something better than
The delightful dragoon.
Next time you'll be the charming chemist, and after that you'll be the, you'll be the
Whatever
triumphant
shirt color
tank.
you're wearing, Doctor, I'm going to say dude with the orange shirt. Thanks for being
Why
here.
not?
All right, y'all. Everybody in chat, thank y'all so much for being a part of this as well. This was a lot of fun. Until next time, next week maybe, we'll see. Take care now. Bye-bye then.